Hello everyone and welcome. This is Imagine Verse speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. Daphne Greengrass and Fleur Delacour both recognized Harry at age 9 and fought for his Veela bond. New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1. Recognition. The summer heat pressed down on little Whinging like a heavy blanket, shimmering above the pavement of Privet Drive. 9-year-old Harry Potter knelt in the front garden of number 4, sweat dripping from his too long fringe as he yanked stubborn weeds from between Aunt Petunia's prized roses. His threadbare t-shirt hung from his small frame, several sizes too large, another of Dudley's cast-offs. "Boy!" His aunt's sharp voice cut through the afternoon quiet. "You've missed an entire section. Do you expect me to win the garden competition with patches of weeds everywhere?" Harry bit his tongue against the retort that formed. Experience had taught him that silence was safer. "Sorry, Aunt Petunia," he murmured, shifting to the neglected corner of the garden. As his aunt disappeared back into the house, Harry's shoulders sagged. Something inside him coiled tight, a familiar pressure that always seemed to build when his relatives were particularly unfair. He'd learned to control it, mostly. Strange things happened when he couldn't. Like last week, when Dudley and his friends had chased him home from school, and somehow Harry had found himself on the roof of the school kitchens with no memory of climbing there. Uncle Vernon had locked him in his cupboard for 3 days after that incident. Harry wiped his brow with his forearm and returned to the weeds. If he finished quickly enough, he might have time to slip away to the small park a few blocks over. The Dursleys preferred him out of sight when they didn't need him for chores, and the park offered a rare respite from their constant criticism. The garden gate's hinges creaked softly behind him. Harry turned, expecting to see Mrs. Number 7's nosy son peering in as he sometimes did. Instead, he found himself looking at a girl about his own age. She wasn't from the neighborhood, Harry was certain of that. He would have remembered her. She had dark blonde hair pulled back in a practical plait, pale blue eyes that regarded him with unusual intensity, and wore a summer dress that looked new and fit her properly. Something about her seemed different. Not like the other children he knew. "Hello," she said, her voice measured and clear. "You're Harry Potter." It wasn't a question. Harry froze, fingers still buried in the soil. No one ever addressed him directly like that. To the neighbors, he was the Potter boy, spoken in hushed, disapproving tones that mimicked Aunt Petunia's. "How do you know my name?" he asked warily, rising to his feet and brushing dirt from his hands. The girl tilted her head slightly, studying him as though he were a puzzle. "I'm Daphne Greengrass. My family is visiting relatives nearby." Her eyes never left his face. "I felt something drawing me here." Harry took an instinctive step backward. This wasn't normal conversation, even by his standards. "Drawing you? What does that mean?" Before Daphne could answer, the front door opened again. Aunt Petunia emerged, a glass of lemonade in hand, not for Harry, of course, but for her own refreshment as she inspected his work. She stopped short at the sight of the unfamiliar girl. "Who are you?" Petunia demanded, suspicion narrowing her eyes. "If you're selling something, I'm not," Daphne interrupted smoothly. "My mother is speaking with Mrs. Pulkis about the neighborhood garden competition. I saw your roses and wanted a closer look. They're quite impressive." Harry stared. The lie had flowed from the girl's lips with practiced ease, and even more surprisingly, Aunt Petunia's expression had softened at the compliment to her precious flowers. "Well," Petunia said, "I do put considerable effort into them. Unlike some people." She shot a pointed look at Harry. "May I ask who tends them?" Daphne inquired, her tone innocent. Petunia hesitated. "I oversee all the gardening, of course. The boy helps with the weeding. He must be quite good at it. The soil looks exceptionally well maintained." Daphne smiled, a carefully calibrated expression that seemed to flatter Petunia while acknowledging Harry's work. Harry watched in amazement as his aunt preened slightly. "Well, yes, I suppose he's finally learning to make himself useful." She turned to Harry. "Finish the back garden when you're done here." With that, she returned inside, apparently deciding that a well-dressed, well-spoken child posed no threat to her property or reputation. The moment the door closed, Daphne's polite smile faded into something more genuine but guarded. "You handled her well," Harry said quietly, impressed despite his confusion. "Adults are predictable when you know what they value." Daphne glanced around quickly. "We don't have much time. I need to tell you something important, and it will sound unusual." Harry almost laughed. Unusual was finding himself on school rooftops or watching his hair grow back overnight after Aunt Petunia hacked it off. Unusual was his life. "I'm listening," he said. Daphne stepped closer, lowering her voice. "You're a wizard, Harry." The world seemed to tilt slightly. Of all the things she might have said, this was not what he'd expected. "I'm a what?" "A wizard." "You can do magic." "So can I, I'm a witch." Her expression remained earnest, without a hint of teasing. "That's not." Harry began, then stopped. The strange incidents. The unexplainable things that happened around him when he was angry or scared. The way the Dursleys reacted to even the mention of anything unnatural. Something in him resonated with her words, like a tuning fork struck at just the right frequency. Daphne must have seen the shift in his expression. "You've made things happen, haven't you? Things you couldn't explain." Harry nodded slowly. "How did you know?" "About me, I mean." "That's the complicated part." Daphne glanced toward the street. "My family has distant Veela ancestry, magical beings with certain abilities. One of those abilities can manifest early in some witches. A kind of magical recognition." "Recognition of what?" Harry asked, fascinated despite his lingering skepticism. "Of magical compatibility. A potential bond." Her cheeks colored slightly, but her gaze remained steady. "It's extremely rare before magical maturity, but yesterday I felt a pull, like a thread tugging me toward you." Harry's heart pounded. This was madness, of course, but something about her words rang with truth. "Why me?" "I don't know exactly. Your magical signature is unusually pure. Powerful." She reached into a pocket hidden in the folds of her dress and pulled out what looked like an ordinary pebble. "Take this." Harry accepted it cautiously. The stone was smooth, with a faint blue-green hue, warm to the touch. "It's a communication stone," Daphne explained. "If you need to reach me, hold it and think my name 3 times. I'll feel it through its twin." She nodded toward an identical stone on a thin chain around her neck. "This is mental," Harry murmured, but he closed his fingers around the stone anyway. The moment he did, something extraordinary happened. A gentle warmth spread from his palm up his arm, across his chest, settling somewhere behind his ribs. Daphne gasped softly, her eyes widening. "You felt that?" Harry whispered. She nodded. "The recognition. It's real." Her voice held wonder and a hint of fear. "My parents said it was just a theory, that it wouldn't actually, Daphne." A woman's voice called from beyond the garden gate. "Where did you wander off to?" "My mother," Daphne hissed. "I have to go." She backed toward the gate. "Use the stone if you need me. I'll try to come back soon." "And Harry?" She hesitated. "Be careful who you tell about this. Not everyone in our world has good intentions." Before Harry could respond, she slipped through the gate and was gone, leaving him holding a seemingly ordinary pebble and an extraordinary new reality. The Greengrass family's rented cottage sat on the outskirts of Little Whinging, close enough to London for Sebastian Greengrass's daily ministry commute but far enough to provide the privacy a magical family required. It was a temporary arrangement, 3 months while their ancestral home underwent extensive renovations to its magical foundations. Daphne sat stiffly at the dining room table, hands folded in her lap as her parents exchanged worried glances. "You're absolutely certain?" her father asked for the third time. Sebastian Greengrass was a tall man with the same pale eyes as his daughter, his expression habitually guarded, a necessity in his position at the Department of International Magical Cooperation. "Yes, father. I felt it before I even saw him, and when he touched the communication stone." Daphne paused, searching for words to describe the sensation. It was like finding a missing piece of a spell. A resonance. Her mother, Celeste, tapped elegant fingers against her teacup. The Veela recognition isn't supposed to manifest until at least 14, and even then it's rare among those with diluted heritage. "We're 4 generations removed." "I know what I felt," Daphne insisted, a rare display of defiance. "And Harry felt it too. I could see it in his face." Sebastian sighed heavily. "Harry Potter. Of all the wizards in Britain, you formed a recognition bond with Harry Potter." "It's not something I chose," Daphne reminded him, though she understood his concern. The boy who lived was no ordinary wizard, and the Greengrass family had maintained careful neutrality during the war. An association with Harry Potter would inevitably draw attention. "Of course not, darling." Her mother's tone softened. "But the implications are significant. Especially given his current situation." Daphne frowned. "His relatives are awful. They treat him like a house elf." "Dumbledore placed him there for protection," Sebastian explained. "After what happened to his parents." "What protection?" Daphne challenged. "He doesn't even know he's a wizard. He has no idea about magic or his heritage or anything." Her parents exchanged another look, the kind that meant they were having a silent debate about how much to tell her. "There are complex factors at play," her father finally said. "The war may be over, but many of the Dark Lord's followers escaped justice. The boy who lived remains a symbol and potentially a target. All the more reason he shouldn't be left ignorant and defenseless with magic-hating muggles," Daphne countered. Celeste set down her teacup. "What exactly did you tell him, Daphne?" "Only the basics. That he's a wizard, that I'm a witch, and about the communication stone. I mentioned the Veela ancestry and the recognition, but not in detail." She hesitated. He deserved some explanation for why a stranger appeared in his garden claiming to have been drawn to him. Sebastian pinched the bridge of his nose. "This complicates matters considerably. What do we do now?" Daphne asked, trying to keep the plea from her voice. "Greengrasses didn't beg, they reasoned." Her father straightened, decision apparently made. "First, we verify. Celeste, contact your cousin Isla. She has stronger Veela blood and more knowledge of the old ways." "And Harry?" Daphne pressed. "We proceed cautiously," Sebastian said. "The boy is turning 11 in just over 2 years. Until then, Dumbledore is his magical guardian, however, inadequately he's exercising that responsibility. We can't just leave him there." Daphne protested. "We won't," her mother assured her. "But we must be strategic. Direct interference could trigger wards or alert Dumbledore." She reached across the table and squeezed Daphne's hand. "The communication stone was clever. Maintain contact that way for now." Daphne nodded reluctantly. She'd known her parents wouldn't immediately rescue Harry and bring him home, but the pull she felt, the urge to protect what was hers, was stronger than she'd anticipated. "One more thing," Sebastian added, his expression grave. "Tell no one outside this family. Not your friends, not even Astoria for now. The magical implications of a recognition bond with Harry Potter would attract unhealthy interest from multiple quarters." "Yes, father," Daphne agreed, though her thoughts were already racing ahead to when she might see Harry again. 300 miles away in a luxurious suite at London's most exclusive magical hotel, 11-year-old Fleur Delacour sat bolt upright in her bed, heart pounding. The dream had been so vivid, emerald green eyes, a curious scar, and a pull so strong it felt like a physical tether. Impossible, she whispered into the darkness of her room. And yet. Fleur slipped from her bed and padded to the window overlooking nighttime London. The magical district remained illuminated below, golden lights shimmering behind concealment charms that hid them from Muggle eyes. She was too young. Grandmere had explained the recognition would not come until she was older, 16 at the earliest. That's how it had been for her mother, for her grandmother, for all Delacour women with Veela blood. But the sensation was unmistakable, exactly as described in the family grimoire, like finding a magical echo of yourself in another. Somewhere in this strange country was a boy with her magical signature's perfect counterpoint. She had seen his face clearly, felt the pull of his magic even across distance and through dreams. Harry Potter, she knew the name without being told, though how was unclear. Perhaps the Veela magic supplied it, or perhaps it was simply because every magical child knew the story of the boy who lived. Fleur pressed her hand against the cool glass, resolve hardening within her. Her family had traveled to Britain for her father's diplomatic mission, expecting to stay just 2 weeks. Now, Fleur knew with absolute certainty, they would need to extend their visit. She had a bondmate to find. The Delacour family breakfast the following morning was a tense affair. Apollon Delacour studied her eldest daughter with shrewd eyes that missed nothing, while Antoine pretended absorption in his newspaper, occasionally glancing over its edge at the silent battle of wills unfolding across the table. "You are certain?" Apollon finally asked, her French accent more pronounced than usual, a sign of stress. This was not simply a dream. "I am certain, maman," Fleur replied, chin raised in characteristic defiance. "I felt the pull all day yesterday, but dismissed it as imagination. The dream merely confirmed what I already sensed." Antoine lowered his paper. "Fleur, ma chérie, you are only 11. The recognition comes much later, even for those with stronger Veela heritage than yours." "I know what I felt," Fleur insisted. "And I know who it was." Her parents exchanged a look loaded with concern. "Who?" her mother asked, though something in her expression suggested she already suspected the answer. "Harry Potter," Fleur stated, watching their reactions carefully. Antoine closed his eyes briefly. "C'est pas possible," he muttered. Apollon's expression shifted from skepticism to calculation. As a half-Veela herself, she understood the magic involved better than her husband. "If true, this is unprecedented. A recognition at your age, and with the boy who lived." "We must investigate," Fleur pressed, sensing her mother's wavering resistance. "He lives somewhere near London, I'm certain of it." "How could you possibly know that?" her father challenged. Fleur hesitated. "I saw it. In the dream. A very ordinary street with identical houses. It felt close." Antoine looked to his wife. "Apollon, is this possible? The spatial awareness?" "In theory," she admitted. "The old stories speak of Veela tracking their bondmates across continents, but those are largely considered myths, exaggerations from a time when our kind was more powerful." "We should extend our stay," Fleur suggested, trying to keep the eagerness from her voice. "Father's negotiations will take at least another week. That gives us time." "To do what, exactly?" Antoine asked. "Harry Potter is under Dumbledore's protection. Even if this recognition is genuine, approaching him directly would create an international incident." "We cannot ignore this," Apollon countered, surprising both her husband and daughter. "If Fleur has truly experienced recognition, especially at her age, there are magical implications we must understand." She turned to Fleur. "You will need to be examined by a Veela healer. I will contact my mother." Fleur nodded, relief washing through her. Grandmother Cyril was formidable, a full-blooded Veela whose opinion carried weight in both the Veela enclaves and the French magical government. Until then, Antoine cautioned, discretion is paramount. Not a word of this to anyone. Of course, Papa, Fleur agreed, though internally she was already planning. If her parents wouldn't help her locate Harry immediately, she would find another way. The pull was growing stronger each hour, a compass needle swinging inevitably toward its magnetic north. 3 days after his strange encounter with Daphne Greengrass, Harry found himself in the local library, ostensibly working on a summer assignment but actually reading everything he could find about wizards, witches, and particularly Veela. The information was disappointingly scarce and contradictory, mostly fairy tales and folklore that portrayed wizards as old men with beards and witches as wart-covered hags, nothing like the proper, intense girl who had upended his understanding of the world. As for Veela, he'd found only brief mentions in Eastern European folk tales, beautiful women who could transform into bird-like creatures when angered, who danced men to exhaustion or death, who could manipulate fire. Nothing about recognition or bonds. Harry sighed, closing another unhelpful book. He'd been tempted multiple times to use the communication stone Daphne had given him, but something held him back. Perhaps it was the ingrained caution from years with the Dursleys, who punished any mention of the unusual, or perhaps it was the fear that the entire encounter had been an elaborate prank. The stone itself remained convincingly magical, though. It occasionally warmed against his skin where he kept it in his pocket, and sometimes when he held it at night, he could swear he felt a distant presence, like someone checking on him from afar. "Excuse me," a voice interrupted his thoughts, "is this seat taken?" Harry looked up, startled. A girl stood beside his library table, not Daphne, but another stranger. This one was older, perhaps 11 or 12, with silvery blonde hair cascading past her shoulders and the most striking blue eyes he'd ever seen. Something about her seemed to shimmer, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. No. It's free," Harry managed, suddenly self-conscious about his baggy clothes and taped glasses. The girl sat gracefully, placing a small stack of books on the table between them. Her movements were precise, deliberate. "You are Harry Potter," she said, her accent unmistakably French. Harry's heart began to race. "Not again. How do you know my name?" Instead of answering, the girl extended her hand. "I am Fleur Delacour. I have been looking for you." Cautiously, Harry shook her offered hand. The moment their skin touched, the same warm sensation he'd experienced with Daphne flooded through him, stronger this time, a rush of connection that made his breath catch. Fleur's eyes widened, her composure slipping momentarily. "Alors, it is true," she whispered. "What's happening?" Harry asked, fighting the urge to pull his hand away. The feeling wasn't unpleasant, just intensely unfamiliar. "The recognition," Fleur said, as though the word held special significance. "I felt it 3 nights ago in a dream. You called to my magic." Harry glanced around nervously, but the few other library patrons seemed oblivious to their conversation. "Are you, like Daphne? A witch with Veela ancestry?" Fleur's expression sharpened. "Daphne? Who is this Daphne?" "Daphne Greengrass. She told me about magic a few days ago. Said something similar about recognition and bonds." The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. Fleur's posture stiffened, her eyes narrowing. "Impossible. The recognition is exclusive. One Veela, one wizard." "Well, she definitely knew about magic," Harry said defensively. "And something happened when we touched too, like what just happened with you." Fleur's fingers curled into a tight fist on the table. For a moment, Harry thought he saw something flicker in her eyes, not quite human. "This complicates matters," she said finally, her voice controlled but cold. "In Veela history, there has never been a case of dual recognition." Harry felt a headache building behind his eyes. "Look, I don't understand any of this. Until a few days ago, I didn't even know magic was real. Now I've got 2 girls telling me I'm a wizard and that we have some kind of magical connection." Fleur's expression softened slightly. You truly knew nothing about magic or your heritage? Harry shook his head. My aunt and uncle never told me anything about my parents except that they died in a car crash. They hate anything abnormal. Car crash. Fleur repeated incredulously. Is that what those muggles told you? At Harry's confused look, she added, muggles, non-magical people. What else would they have told me? Harry asked, a chill running through him. Fleur stared at him for a long moment, seemingly weighing a decision. Your parents were murdered, Harry. By a dark wizard, the most terrible of our time. You are famous in the magical world because when he tried to kill you too, somehow you survived and he was destroyed. Harry felt as though the floor had dropped from beneath him. Murdered? I'm famous. Every magical child knows your story, Fleur confirmed. You are called the boy who lived. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. His parents hadn't died in some meaningless accident, they had been murdered. And he, somehow, had been involved in the death of their murderer. Why didn't Daphne tell me this? He whispered, more to himself than to Fleur. Perhaps she did not wish to overwhelm you, Fleur suggested, though her tone suggested she thought it a tactical error. Or perhaps her knowledge of your importance is why she falsely claimed a recognition bond. I don't think she was lying, Harry said slowly. The feeling when we touched, it was real. Just like with you. Then we have a mystery, Fleur declared, because what you described should not be possible. She glanced at her delicate wristwatch. I cannot stay much longer. My mother believes I am browsing Muggle fashion while she meets with British diplomats. You snuck away to find me? Harry asked, surprised. A hint of a smile curved Fleur's lips. When a Veela feels the call of recognition, little else matters. The smile faded. But this Daphne. I must know more about her claim. Harry hesitated, then reached into his pocket and withdrew Daphne's stone. She gave me this to communicate with her. Fleur examined it without touching, her expression calculating. A clever enchantment. Simple but effective. She reached into her handbag and removed what appeared to be a small silver compact mirror. This is for you. It is paired with mine. Speak my name to it 3 times, and I will answer when I can. Harry accepted the mirror, marveling at its craftsmanship. Tiny runes were etched around its edge, catching the light as he turned it. Thank you. We will speak again soon, Fleur promised, rising from her seat. In the meantime, be cautious about who you trust. There are those in our world who would use you for their own purposes. It was nearly identical to Daphne's warning, Harry noted with unease. Including you? He asked boldly. Rather than take offense, Fleur appeared pleased by his directness. I have my own interests, of course. The bond between us is significant. But I would never harm you, Harry Potter. Her expression grew serious. The recognition creates a connection that goes beyond ordinary magic. It binds our well-being together. Before Harry could respond, she leaned forward and brushed her lips against his cheek in a feather-light kiss. Au revoir, mon lier, she murmured, then turned and walked away, leaving Harry with more questions than answers and a peculiar warmth spreading from where her lips had touched his skin. As she disappeared through the library doors, Harry became aware of the communication stone in his hand growing unexpectedly hot, as if responding to his turbulent emotions. Or perhaps, he realized with a start, responding to someone else's. Daphne Greengrass was not prone to emotional outbursts. Greengrass women maintained composure in all circumstances, a lesson her mother had instilled from an early age. Yet as the communication stone against her skin flared with alien emotions, confusion, shock, and a strange fluttery sensation she couldn't immediately identify, she found herself pacing her bedroom in agitation. Something had happened to Harry. The stone allowed only the vaguest emotional impressions, not specific thoughts, but the intensity suggested a significant event. She debated using the stone to contact him directly but hesitated. Her parents had counseled patience and discretion. Direct magical communication might be detected, especially if, as she suspected, there were monitoring charms around Harry's residence. The bedroom door opened, revealing her younger sister Astoria's curious face. "Why are you wearing a groove in the carpet?" the 7-year-old asked, slipping into the room uninvited as usual. "I'm thinking," Daphne replied curtly. Astoria flopped dramatically onto Daphne's perfectly made bed. "You're always thinking. It's boring." "Not everyone finds thinking boring, Tori." "You're worried about something," Astoria observed, more perceptive than her age might suggest. "Is it about that secret meeting you had with mother and father?" Daphne froze mid-step. "You were eavesdropping." "I was practicing information gathering," Astoria corrected with a grin. "Father says it's an important skill. For when you're older," Daphne said pointedly. Astoria shrugged, unrepentant. "I heard them say, recognition bond and Harry Potter. Isn't he the boy who defeated you-know-who? Are you bonded to him? Like in the stories Grandmere tells about Veela finding their perfect match?" Daphne sighed, mentally revising her assessment of the room's privacy. If Astoria had overheard, their parents clearly hadn't cast adequate silencing charms. "It's complicated, Tori. And private. I can keep secrets," Astoria protested. "I never told anyone about the time you accidentally turned Mrs. Bulstrode's cat purple." Despite her concern, Daphne smiled at the memory. "That was years ago." "Still." Astoria sat up, suddenly serious. "If you're bonded to Harry Potter, that makes him practically family. And family helps family." The statement, simple as it was, struck Daphne forcefully. If the recognition bond was genuine, and she was increasingly certain it was, then Harry was connected to her in a way that transcended ordinary relationships. And his current situation with those awful muggles. "He needs help," Daphne admitted quietly. "But it's not simple. There are politics involved." Astoria nodded sagely, as though she understood completely. "That's why you need me. No one suspects children." "Absolutely not," Daphne said firmly. "This isn't a game, Tori." "I know that," Astoria replied, surprisingly earnest. "But I also know when you're worried, and right now you look like when Father came home after those emergency ministry meetings last year." Daphne touched the communication stone through her blouse, feeling its lingering warmth. Something had definitely happened to Harry, something that had triggered strong emotions. "If, and this is a very big if, I let you help," Daphne said slowly, "you would have to follow my instructions exactly. No improvising." Astoria's eyes lit up. "Really? You'll let me help?" "I didn't say that," Daphne cautioned. "I'm considering options." The truth was, she needed information. Why had Harry's emotions spiked so dramatically? Was he in danger? Had someone else from the magical world contacted him? Daphne couldn't risk going back to Privet Drive so soon after her first visit, it would attract too much attention. But perhaps there were other ways to check on him. "What if," she began carefully, "we happen to visit the local park tomorrow? The one near where Harry lives." Completely coincidentally, of course. Astoria grinned. "Completely coincidentally. I've been wanting to try out those muggle swings anyway." "We'd need a reason to be in the area," Daphne mused. "And parental permission." "Leave Mother to me," Astoria said confidently. "I've been begging for a trip to a muggle park for ages. She'll be so pleased I'm showing cultural curiosity, she won't question it." Daphne raised an eyebrow at her sister's machinations but didn't object. "Very well. But remember, this is observation only. We can't approach Harry directly unless circumstances allow it naturally." "Understood," Astoria agreed solemnly, then ruined the effect by bouncing excitedly on the bed. "This is going to be so much more interesting than tea with the Parkinson sisters tomorrow." As her sister skipped from the room to begin working on their mother, Daphne returned to the window, gazing in the direction of Privet Drive. The strange emotional surge through the stone had faded, but her unease remained. Harry Potter was no ordinary wizard, and the recognition bond no ordinary connection. If someone else had approached him, someone with less honorable intentions than her own. She clutched the stone tightly, sending a silent message she wasn't sure he could receive: "Be careful, Harry. You're more important than you know." The Delacour suite was in disarray when Fleur returned, her grandmother's unexpected arrival having thrown the household into a flurry of activity. Cyril Delacour was not a woman one kept waiting, even when she appeared with barely an hour's notice. The elderly Veela sat regally on a settee, her silver hair arranged in an intricate style that had been fashionable a century ago, her posture impeccable despite her advanced years. Apollon hovered nearby, while Antoine appeared to be mixing drinks at the small bar with excessive concentration. "Ah, ma petite," Cyril greeted as Fleur entered. "Come here and let me look at you." Fleur approached and dutifully kissed her grandmother's cheeks before stepping back to be examined. Cyril's eyes, still piercingly blue despite her age, studied Fleur with uncomfortable intensity. "Where have you been?" Apollon asked, her tone carefully neutral though her expression conveyed suspicion. "Shopping," Fleur replied smoothly. "As we discussed." "With no packages?" her mother challenged. "I found nothing worth purchasing," Fleur countered. Cyril waved a dismissive hand. "Enough. I did not travel all this way to discuss shopping." She patted the settee beside her. "Sit, Fleur. Your mother tells me you have experienced something unusual." Fleur sat, maintaining the poise expected of a Delacour daughter. "Yes, Grandmere. I believe I have experienced the Veela recognition." "At 11? Cyril's tone was skeptical but not dismissive. "Tell me exactly what you felt." Under her grandmother's authoritative gaze, Fleur described everything: the initial awareness 3 days ago, the dream that night, the pull she had followed to find Harry in the Muggle library, and the undeniable connection when they touched. "And you are certain the boy is Harry Potter?" Cyril asked when she finished. "Yes. I saw the scar." Fleur hesitated, then added, "But there is a complication. He claims another witch with Veela ancestry has approached him with similar claims of recognition." The room went silent. Even Antoine abandoned his pretense of drink mixing to stare at his daughter. "Impossible," Apollon finally said. "The name of this witch?" Cyril demanded. "Daphne Greengrass," Fleur replied. "I am unfamiliar with the family." "British," Antoine supplied. "Old pure-blood line, politically neutral during both wizarding wars. Sebastian Greengrass works for their ministry's international department. I've encountered him in negotiations." Cyril's expression grew calculating. "The Greengrasses claim Veela ancestry?" "It's not common knowledge," Antoine said, "but yes, there was a marriage 4 or 5 generations back. The bloodline would be quite diluted now." "Not necessarily," Cyril corrected. "Veela magic can lie dormant for generations, then express strongly in a particular descendant." "But dual recognition?" Apollon pressed. "That has never been documented." "Many things about Harry Potter are unprecedented," Cyril observed dryly. She turned back to Fleur. "You met the boy. Did you sense deception when he spoke of this other connection?" "No," Fleur admitted reluctantly. "He seemed genuinely confused by the situation." "As well he might be," Cyril murmured. "2 young witches claiming magical bonds with him, when he apparently knows nothing of our world." Fleur leaned forward earnestly. "Grandmere, is it possible? Could 2 Veela truly recognize the same wizard?" Cyril was silent for a long moment, her ancient eyes distant with thought. "There are old stories," she finally said. "Very old. From before the Statute of Secrecy, when Veela clans were more numerous and powerful. Tales of wizards with magic so pure and complementary that multiple Veela would sense the resonance." "What happened in these stories?" Fleur asked, fascinated despite her concern. A shadow crossed Cyril's face. They rarely ended well. Veela are territorial by nature. Competition for a recognized bondmate often turned violent. Antoine cleared his throat uncomfortably. Surely that's not relevant here. Fleur is a child, and this Greengrass girl presumably is as well. The recognition does not care about human notions of appropriate age, Cyril stated flatly. It is old magic, primal. It recognizes magical compatibility regardless of when social customs deem it appropriate to act upon such connections. What should I do? Fleur asked quietly. Cyril covered Fleur's hand with her own gnarled one. First, we confirm. I will examine your magical aura for the distinctive pattern of an active recognition bond. And if it is confirmed? Apollon asked. Then we adapt, Cyril said simply. The situation with Harry Potter is already complex, his fame, his guardianship under Dumbledore, the lingering political tensions in Britain. This adds another layer, but it changes nothing fundamental. If Fleur has truly recognized her magical complement, she has rights under the oldest magical treaties. We cannot simply invoke ancient Veela rights and take the boy who lived from under Dumbledore's nose, Antoine protested. Of course not, Cyril agreed. But we can establish contact. Begin building a relationship. And most importantly. Her eyes glinted. We can learn more about this Greengrass girl and her supposed bond. Fleur felt a surge of satisfaction. Her grandmother understood. The recognition created a claim, not of ownership, but of magical affinity. And if this Daphne Greengrass truly shared that connection? Well, that remained to be seen. I've already established communication, Fleur admitted, pulling out her compact mirror's twin. I gave Harry an enchanted mirror paired with this one. Instead of the reprimand she expected, Cyril smiled approvingly. Good. Initiative is a Veela trait. She stood with surprising grace for her age. Now, let us verify what we're dealing with. Apollon, I'll need your assistance. The examination requires precision. As her mother and grandmother prepared for the magical examination in the suite's master bedroom, Fleur caught her father's concerned gaze. This will complicate your work, Papa, she acknowledged quietly. Antoine sighed. Politics I understand, ma chérie. Veela magic is your mother's domain. He squeezed her shoulder gently. But whatever comes of this, remember that you are a Delacour first. We face challenges together. Fleur nodded, grateful for his support even as her thoughts drifted back to the library and the green-eyed boy who had looked at her with such wonder and wariness. Harry Potter had no idea of his importance, to the wizarding world, to Veela magic, or to her personally. She intended to change that. Harry sat cross-legged on his small cot in the cupboard under the stairs, examining the two magical objects he now possessed by the dim light filtering through the vent. Daphne's communication stone in one palm, Fleur's compact mirror in the other, tangible proof that the past few days hadn't been an elaborate hallucination. His head still spun with everything Fleur had revealed. His parents murdered, not killed in an accident. Himself famous in a world he knew nothing about. And somehow, impossibly, connected to two witches through magic neither fully understood. Part of him wanted to dismiss it all as an elaborate prank, but the warmth of the stone against his skin and the subtle magic he could feel emanating from the mirror made that impossible. Magic was real. He was a wizard. And apparently, one with unusual significance to the magical world. The question was, what should he do now? Contacting either girl would potentially alert the other, if his suspicions about their ability to sense his emotions were correct. Fleur had been dismissive of Daphne's claim, while Daphne had warned him to be careful about who he trusted. Both seemed sincere, but their interests clearly didn't align perfectly. And there was still so much he didn't understand. Why had his magic called to both of them? What did this recognition bond actually mean for his future? And who could he trust to explain the wizarding world to him without hidden agendas? A soft rap on his cupboard door interrupted his thoughts. Harry quickly tucked both magical items under his thin pillow before calling, "Yes." The door creaked open to reveal Aunt Petunia's pinched face. "You have chores to finish before dinner," she reminded him tersely. Then, unexpectedly, she added, "That girl came by looking for you earlier. The one who admired my roses." Harry's heart jumped. "Daphne? What did she want?" "I didn't ask," Petunia sniffed. "I told her you were running errands. She said she'd try again tomorrow." She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "How do you know her?" "She's not from your school." "We met at the library," Harry improvised. "She helped me find books for my summer assignment." Petunia studied him for a moment longer, clearly suspicious but apparently unable to find fault with his explanation. "Well, don't get ideas about inviting friends over. This isn't a social club." "No, Aunt Petunia," Harry agreed automatically. As his aunt retreated to the kitchen, Harry's mind raced. Daphne had come looking for him, why? Had she sensed something through the stone when he met Fleur? Did she know about his encounter with the French witch? One thing seemed increasingly clear: his life had changed irrevocably the moment Daphne Greengrass had appeared at the Dursleys' garden gate. Whatever this magic was, whatever these connections meant, he could no longer pretend to be just an ordinary, unwanted boy living in a cupboard under the stairs. For better or worse, Harry Potter was part of something larger now, something that stretched beyond Privet Drive into a world of ancient magic, hidden histories, and competing interests. And somewhere in that tangle of uncertainty lay the truth about his parents, his past, and perhaps even his future. The communication stone warmed against his palm as he retrieved it from beneath his pillow, his decision made. It was time to get some answers. "Daphne Greengrass," he whispered to the stone, repeating the name 3 times as instructed. "I need to talk to you. Both of you. It's time we sorted this out." As the stone pulsed with acknowledging warmth, Harry Potter prepared himself for whatever might come next in this strange new chapter of his life. Chapter 2, Protection. The leaves in Little Whinging had begun their transformation, painting the neighborhood in warm autumn hues that belied the growing tension in Harry Potter's life. 2 months had passed since the extraordinary July day when both Daphne Greengrass and Fleur Delacour had entered his world, bringing with them revelations about magic, his heritage, and a mysterious magical connection neither girl was willing to share with the other. Harry sat beneath a massive oak tree in the small park 3 blocks from Privet Drive, watching golden leaves spiral down around him. The park had become his sanctuary, the unofficial meeting ground where he could speak with either Daphne or Fleur without the Dursleys' interference. Today he awaited Daphne, the communication stone warm in his pocket signaling her approach. He spotted her coming down the path, her blonde hair neatly braided as always, practical autumn clothes replacing the summer dress she'd worn during their first meeting. As usual, her younger sister Astoria skipped along beside her, serving as both lookout and convenient excuse for their meetings. "Harry!" Astoria called, waving enthusiastically before Daphne could stop her. Harry waved back, unable to suppress a smile. In the weeks he'd known them, he'd grown fond of both Greengrass sisters, though in entirely different ways. Where Daphne was reserved and thoughtful, Astoria was exuberant and direct. Together they offered Harry his first experience of something like friendship. "Tori, remember what we discussed about discretion," Daphne murmured as they approached. Astoria rolled her eyes dramatically. "Yes, yes. No drawing attention. But it's just a park, Daph. We're allowed to have friends. Go play on the swings," Daphne instructed, her tone gentle despite the dismissal. "I need to speak with Harry alone." Once Astoria had bounded off toward the playground, Daphne settled beside Harry under the oak. "You look tired," she observed, her pale blue eyes studying him with their usual intensity. Harry shrugged. "Dudley's been worse than usual. Ever since school started, he's been trying to impress his friends by making my life miserable." "Your cousin needs a lesson in manners," Daphne said coolly. "It's fine. I'm getting better at avoiding him." Harry hesitated, then asked the question that had been nagging at him. Did you bring it? Daphne glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then withdrew a small cloth-wrapped bundle from her coat pocket. Father had to call in 3 favors to acquire this without raising questions. You understand the risk? Harry nodded solemnly as he accepted the package. Unwrapping it revealed a slender piece of polished wood about 8 inches long, not a proper wand, Daphne had explained, but a training focus designed for magical children before they reached Hogwarts age. Unlike regulated wands, it wouldn't register on ministry monitoring systems, allowing Harry to practice basic magic without detection. It's hawthorn, Daphne explained. Father thought it might suit your magical signature based on what I've described. It's not a perfect match, but it should allow you to channel magic more effectively than random wandless attempts. Harry ran a finger along the smooth wood, feeling a subtle warmth respond to his touch. It's brilliant. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Daphne cautioned. Learning to use it properly will be challenging, especially with our limited meeting time. Her expression grew more serious. Has she contacted you again? The she in question needed no clarification. Daphne and Fleur remained aware of each other's existence but had yet to meet face to face, a situation that seemed to suit them both for now. Harry had been careful not to share details of his interactions with either girl, sensing the complicated tensions between them. Yesterday, Harry admitted. She's back in France but uses the mirror to check in every few days. Something flickered across Daphne's face, not quite jealousy, but a calculation of some kind. And the Dursleys? Have they noticed anything? No. I'm careful to only use the mirror in my cupboard after they're asleep. Daphne's lips thinned at the mention of his sleeping arrangements. The Greengrass family's opinion of the Dursleys had grown increasingly negative with each new detail Harry revealed about his home life, though they remained cautious about direct intervention. We should begin, she said, redirecting the conversation. The concealment charm I cast will only last 30 minutes. Harry gripped the training focus, remembering Daphne's instructions from their previous theoretical discussions. Focus my intent, visualize the result, and channel the energy through the core, not the wood. Precisely. Daphne produced a fallen leaf from her pocket. Let's start with something simple. The levitation exercise we discussed. Harry stared at the leaf, concentrating on the sensation he'd experienced during previous moments of accidental magic, that peculiar pressure behind his ribs that seemed to flow outward when his emotions ran high. This time, though, he tried to summon the feeling deliberately, directing it down his arm into the training focus while visualizing the leaf rising from Daphne's palm. Nothing happened. You're trying too hard, Daphne observed. Magic isn't forced, it's guided. Relax your grip and try again. Harry took a deep breath and loosened his hold on the focus. On his 3rd attempt, the leaf quivered slightly. By the 5th, it rose shakily an inch above Daphne's hand before floating back down. I did it. Harry exclaimed, then quickly lowered his voice. Did you see that? The smile that broke across Daphne's normally composed face transformed her. Well done, Harry. That's remarkable progress for a first attempt with a training focus. Pride bloomed in Harry's chest, not just at having performed magic deliberately for the first time, but at having earned Daphne's genuine approval. She wasn't effusive with praise, which made each instance more meaningful. For the next 20 minutes, they practiced with increasing success. By the end of their session, Harry could reliably levitate the leaf several inches and hold it there for nearly 10 seconds, an achievement Daphne assured him was exceptional for his age and training level. Your raw magical potential is impressive, she said as they concluded the lesson. With proper guidance, you could become a truly powerful wizard. If I can ever get proper training, Harry replied, carefully rewrapping the training focus. Everything still feels so far away, Hogwarts, the magical world, all of it. Closer than you think, Daphne murmured. We've received word that Dumbledore will be traveling abroad after Samhain, Halloween, she clarified at Harry's confused look. Father believes it presents an opportunity to arrange a more formal meeting. With your family? At your home? The prospect of seeing a real wizarding house made Harry's heart race with excitement. Perhaps, Daphne said cautiously. Though there are complications to consider. Fleur, Harry guessed. Daphne nodded reluctantly. Her family has also expressed interest in a formal meeting. The diplomatic implications are delicate. Harry frowned. I don't understand why this has to be so complicated. Why can't I just meet both families? Because the recognition bond isn't meant to be shared, Daphne explained for what felt like the 100th time. What's happening between us, between all three of us, contradicts everything known about Veela magic. It makes people uncomfortable, raises questions about magical theory, and potentially threatens certain political arrangements. But it's not like I asked for any of this, Harry protested. Daphne's expression softened. No, you didn't. None of us did. She hesitated, then added, my grandmother is coming to England next week. She's the family expert on our Veela heritage and may have insights about our situation. Will I get to meet her? If circumstances allow. Daphne glanced toward the playground where Astoria was now hanging upside down from the monkey bars, earning impressed looks from local children. I should get Tori home before she decides to demonstrate more of her special skills to the Muggle children. As if summoned by her name, Astoria came bounding back, cheeks flushed with exertion. Did it work? Did Harry do magic? I want to see. Not now, Tori, Daphne chided gently. And yes, Harry did very well. Astoria beamed at Harry. I knew you would. Daphne spent hours reading old family journals about early magical training. She was up past midnight 3 days in a row. Daphne's cheeks colored slightly. Astoria. What? It's true, Astoria insisted. She's very dedicated to your education, Harry. I appreciate it, Harry said sincerely, catching Daphne's eye. More than I can say. Something unspoken passed between them, a recognition of growing trust that had nothing to do with magical bonds and everything to do with the simple fact that Daphne had become the first person in Harry's memory to truly care about his well-being. Next Tuesday, same time. Daphne asked as they prepared to leave. Harry nodded, already counting the days. I'll practice the focus exercise you taught me. Carefully, Daphne warned. Only when you're certain you won't be observed. As the Greengrass sisters departed, Harry tucked the wrapped training focus into his oversized jacket pocket. The autumn air carried a hint of winter's approach, but for perhaps the first time in his life, Harry looked toward the coming months with something like anticipation rather than dread. Fleur Delacour paced the perimeter of her bedroom, occasionally casting irritated glances at the enchanted mirror lying silent on her dressing table. 3 days since Harry had last answered her call, and the distance between Britain and her family's estate in southern France felt increasingly intolerable. A soft knock at the door interrupted her brooding. Entrez, she called, composing herself quickly. Her grandmother Cyril glided in with the preternatural grace that full-blooded Veela maintained even in advanced age. Your mother says you've been distracted during your lessons, ma petite. I can recite every major magical treaty since 1723 without error, Fleur replied defensively. My studies aren't suffering. Yet your attention is clearly elsewhere. Cyril settled into a chair by the window, gesturing for Fleur to join her. The bond pulls at you. It wasn't a question. Since confirming the reality of Fleur's recognition bond 2 months prior, Cyril had taken personal charge of her eldest granddaughter's education in Veela traditions, supplementing the political and magical training that came with being a Delacour heir. It's been 3 days since we spoke, Fleur admitted, taking the seat opposite her grandmother. I worry about him, alone with those terrible muggles, with no proper understanding of magic. And no doubt receiving instruction from the Greengrass girl, Cyril observed shrewdly. Fleur's jaw tightened. The existence of Daphne Greengrass remained a source of profound frustration, a complication in what should have been a straightforward, if unusually early, recognition bond. She has the advantage of proximity, Fleur acknowledged bitterly. While I'm trapped in France, she's free to see him whenever she wishes. Geography is the least of the complications, Cyril reminded her. The magical and political implications remain far more significant. Which is why. She paused meaningfully. I've convinced your father that a return to Britain before the winter holidays would be prudent. Fleur straightened, eyes widening. Truly? When? November. The International Confederation is holding sessions in London, providing a perfect pretext for Antoine's presence. We would accompany him, of course. The spark of triumph Fleur felt must have shone on her face, for Cyril raised a cautionary hand. This is not merely about indulging your connection, Fleur. The situation with Harry Potter requires careful management. Your father has arranged a private meeting with Sebastian Greengrass to discuss the unprecedented nature of the dual recognition. Will Harry be present? Fleur asked eagerly. That remains to be negotiated. The boy's current guardianship situation complicates matters. Fleur scowled. Those muggles have no right to him. They mistreat him, deny his heritage, a sentiment I share, Cyril interrupted smoothly, but one that must be tempered with political reality. Albus Dumbledore placed Harry Potter with those relatives for reasons of his own, and challenging the great wizard directly would be unwise. So we do nothing? Fleur demanded, her frustration bubbling over. Allow him to suffer while magical Britain looks the other way? Cyril's ancient eyes glinted with something like approval. I said nothing about doing nothing, child. Only that our approach must be strategic. She leaned forward. Tell me, what have your conversations with Harry revealed about the nature of his bond with the Greengrass girl? Fleur hesitated. Her discussions with Harry via the enchanted mirrors had been carefully measured, each of them dancing around certain topics by unspoken agreement. He's protective of her, she finally admitted. He won't share details of their interactions, just as he doesn't tell her about ours. Diplomatic, Cyril murmured. Interesting in one so young. He's learning to navigate a complex situation, Fleur said, feeling an unexpected surge of pride. But he's also lonely and confused. The burden of these connections weighs on him. As it must, Cyril agreed. Yet the recognition bond is not merely a burden but a gift, one that appears to have manifested in an unprecedented way. Her expression grew contemplative. My research into the ancient texts has uncovered references to similar phenomena in Veela history, though nothing precisely matching your situation. Fleur leaned forward eagerly. You found something. What do the texts say? Fragments only. Tales of particularly powerful wizards whose magical signatures resonated across multiple Veela bloodlines. Most such accounts end. She paused delicately. Tragically. Because Veela fought over the wizard, Fleur surmised, remembering their earlier conversations. Precisely. Which is why your cooperation with the Greengrass girl, however limited, represents an intriguing departure from historical patterns. Fleur considered this. Her feelings toward Daphne Greengrass remained complicated, a mixture of territorial resentment and reluctant respect. Their brief, terse communications through Harry had been civil but hardly warm. What happens when we return to England? She asked. Will I finally meet this Daphne? Almost certainly, Cyril confirmed. And when you do, remember that how you handle that first encounter may well determine the future of both recognition bonds. Fleur nodded solemnly. I understand, Grand Mère. Do you? Cyril's gaze sharpened. Because Veela instinct will urge you to challenge her claim, to assert dominance. Those instincts served our ancestors well in simpler times, but this situation demands something rarer than territorial display. What? Cyril smiled thinly. Cooperation against common threats. What common threats? Fleur asked, brow furrowing. Those who would exploit Harry Potter for their own purposes, of course. Did you think your family and the Greengrasses were the only ones aware of these unusual bonds forming? Cyril shook her head. Information of this nature rarely remains contained. Already there are whispers in certain circles, questions about the boy who lives magical development, his future allegiances, the implications of his connection to families with Veela heritage. Cold understanding washed through Fleur. They see him as a resource to be controlled. Or eliminated, depending on whose interests are threatened. Cyril's voice hardened. The wizard who gave Harry Potter his famous scar may be gone, but his ideology lives on in many who walk the corridors of power. Then we must protect him, Fleur declared fiercely. Indeed, Cyril agreed. And that protection may well require setting aside personal feelings about sharing what Veela instinct tells you should be exclusively yours. The mirror on Fleur's dressing table suddenly glowed with soft blue light. Fleur glanced at her grandmother, who nodded permission. Rushing to the mirror, Fleur picked it up and whispered, "Reveal." Harry's face appeared in the glass, his green eyes tired but alert. "Fleur. Can you talk?" "Yes," she replied, pleasure warming her voice. "I've been worried, Harry. 3 days without contact." "Sorry," he said, glancing nervously over his shoulder. From the cramped darkness visible behind him, Fleur surmised he was in the cupboard the Dursleys forced him to sleep in. "Dudley broke his arm at school, and Aunt Petunia's been watching me like a hawk, convinced I had something to do with it." "Did you?" Fleur asked, unable to keep a note of hope from her voice. Harry's lips quirked slightly. "Not directly. But I might have been practicing that misdirection exercise you taught me when he was chasing me. Not my fault if he ran into the soccer goal post." Pride fluttered in Fleur's chest. Even from a distance, through brief mirror conversations, she'd managed to teach Harry rudimentary magical skills, techniques for channeling his natural ability in subtle ways that wouldn't trigger monitoring spells. "I have exciting news," she told him. "We're returning to England in November. Perhaps for several weeks." Harry's eyes widened. "Really? That's brilliant. I mean," he glanced away briefly, then back. "Daphne mentioned her family might be arranging something around that time as well." An unspoken question hummed between them. "Yes," Fleur said, keeping her voice carefully neutral. "Our families have been in communication. There may be a joint meeting of sorts." "You mean you and Daphne in the same place?" Harry couldn't quite keep the anxiety from his voice. "Is that a good idea?" "It's a necessary one," Fleur replied, echoing her grandmother's wisdom. "There are matters to discuss that affect all of us." Harry seemed about to respond when a noise from his end made him freeze. "Someone's coming," he whispered urgently. "I'll contact you when I can." The mirror went dark, leaving Fleur staring at her own reflection. When she looked up, Cyril was watching her with a knowing expression. "You care for him," her grandmother observed. "Beyond the bond." Fleur didn't bother denying it. "He faces his circumstances with courage, despite having none of the advantages I've taken for granted. How could I not admire that?" "Remember that admiration when you meet the Greengrass girl," Cyril advised. "She likely feels the same." Sebastian Greengrass stared across his study at the visitor he'd been half expecting for weeks. Lucius Malfoy cut an impressive figure as always, his platinum hair contrasting sharply with immaculate black robes, silver-headed cane gripped in one gloved hand. "A pleasure to see you, Sebastian," Lucius drawled, settling into the offered chair without waiting for invitation. "I've missed our conversation since you stepped back from the Wisengamot proxy duties." "The international department keeps me rather occupied," Sebastian replied mildly, pouring 2 glasses of aged fire whiskey. "Though I confess some surprise at your visit. Our families haven't been particularly close in recent years." Lucius accepted the drink with a thin smile. "Perhaps that's precisely why I've come. Old alliances should be maintained, especially in interesting times." Sebastian raised an eyebrow, projecting casual interest while his mind raced. Are these times particularly interesting? The ministry seems as tediously bureaucratic as ever. Come now, Lucius chided. We needn't play coy. Word has reached certain circles about your daughter's unusual connection to Harry Potter. The statement hung in the air like a hexed blade. Sebastian took a measured sip of his drink, allowing the burning sensation to ground him before responding. Children's magic can manifest in unpredictable ways, he said vaguely. Especially in those with mixed heritage. Indeed. Lucius twirled his glass slowly. The Veela blood in your line is several generations removed, I believe. Fascinating how it could express so specifically in young Daphne. Sebastian maintained his neutral expression through practiced discipline. The Greengrass family's distant Veela ancestry wasn't widely advertised, though neither was it a closely guarded secret. That Lucius knew of it suggested he'd been investigating their family tree, a concerning development. Magical inheritance remains one of Wizardkin's enduring mysteries, Sebastian offered. I'm sure you've observed unexpected expressions of ancestral gifts in your own son. Lucius inclined his head in acknowledgement of the deflection. Draco shows great promise, yes. I expect he and your daughter will be classmates at Hogwarts before long. He set his glass down deliberately. Which brings me to the purpose of my visit. The future of our children. I wasn't aware our children had a linked future, Sebastian replied carefully. All pureblood children share a common destiny, Sebastian. The preservation of our heritage in an increasingly diluted magical Britain. Lucius leaned forward slightly. Harry Potter's place in that future remains a subject of considerable speculation. He's a child, Lucius. Barely 9 years old. A child with unprecedented magical significance, Lucius countered. One who will someday wield considerable political influence. The question is, under whose guidance? The true purpose of the visit crystallized in Sebastian's mind. You're concerned about potential alliances. I'm interested in ensuring the boy receives proper introduction to wizarding traditions, Lucius corrected smoothly. Something his current guardians are singularly unequipped to provide. And you're offering such guidance out of charitable concern? Sebastian couldn't quite keep the skepticism from his voice. Lucius's smile didn't reach his eyes. I'm suggesting that those with the boy's best interests at heart might wish to coordinate their efforts. I understand your family is not alone in establishing connections with young Mr. Potter. The Delacours have shown similar interest, have they not? The mention of the Delacours confirmed Sebastian's worst fears. Information about the dual recognition bond had leaked beyond their careful containment efforts. Antoine Delacour and I have professional interactions through the ministry, Sebastian acknowledged, giving nothing away. Of course, Lucius nodded. Professional. Though I wonder what Minister Fudge would make of private arrangements regarding the boy who lived occurring without ministry oversight. There it was, the veiled threat beneath the cordial veneer. There's nothing improper about magical families taking interest in a child with significant heritage, Sebastian replied evenly. Particularly one whose current guardianship arrangements leave much to be desired. On that we agree, Lucius said, rising smoothly to his feet. Which is why I'd like to propose a collaborative approach. The winter solstice approaches, a traditional time for formal introduction to heritage magic. Perhaps an event could be arranged, under appropriate auspices, of course. Sebastian stood as well, mind working rapidly. An intriguing suggestion. I'll give it due consideration. Do that, Lucius advised, moving toward the study door. And Sebastian? It would be unfortunate if delicate matters regarding recognition bonds became subject to public speculation. Such ancient magics fall under rather stringent ministry regulations when minors are involved. After Lucius departed, Sebastian remained standing for several long minutes, weighing implications and calculating risks. Finally, he moved to the fireplace and threw in a pinch of Fleur powder. Antoine Delacour's office, French Ministry of Magic, he called clearly. When the international Fleur connection stabilized, showing the face of his French counterpart, Sebastian didn't waste time on pleasantries. "We have a problem. Lucius Malfoy knows about both recognition bonds." Antoine Delacour's normally diplomatic expression hardened. "How much does he know?" "Enough to be dangerous. He's suggesting a winter solstice introduction for Harry, with his involvement." "Unacceptable," Antoine declared flatly. "Malfoy's interest in the boy cannot be benign." "Agreed, but his implied threat to involve Fudge and the regulatory authorities complicates matters. If the ministry formally investigates the recognition bonds, they could separate the children," Antoine finished grimly. "Recognition magic is poorly understood by modern bureaucrats. They might view it as foreign influence on a British magical asset." Sebastian grimaced at the clinical terminology, though it accurately reflected how certain ministry officials would view Harry Potter. "We need to accelerate our timeline. The American Diplomatic Summit keeps Dumbledore away until mid-November. That's our window." "For what exactly?" "A formal introduction. Controlled, private, with both families present. We establish the legitimacy of both recognition bonds under ancient magical custom, creating precedent before ministry interference becomes possible." Antoine considered this, his diplomatic training evident in his measured response. "There are risks. The girls have never met. Veela instincts, even diluted ones, are less dangerous than Lucius Malfoy gaining influence over Harry Potter," Sebastian countered. "We need to move quickly. Can you bring your family to Britain by the first week of November?" After a moment's hesitation, Antoine nodded. "Cyril has already been preparing Fleur for the eventuality. We'll be ready. Then I'll begin arrangements on this end." "And Antoine." Sebastian lowered his voice. "We should consider expanding our security measures. If Malfoy knows, others may as well." The Fleur connection ended, leaving Sebastian staring into ordinary flames. The political gambit he and Celeste had been carefully constructing over months had just been accelerated by external pressure, never an ideal circumstance. But perhaps, he reflected, it was time Harry Potter learned just how significant he truly was in the wizarding world, and how much was at stake in the unusual bonds he shared with two determined young witches. Harry sprinted down Magnolia Crescent, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he clutched the training focus in his jacket pocket. Behind him, the shouts of Dudley's gang grew louder as they gained ground. "We're gonna get you, freak!" Piers Polkiss called, his voice carrying on the crisp November air. Ordinarily, Harry would have headed for the park, his usual refuge, but today a man in a strange purple bowler hat had been watching the playground too intently for comfort. Something about the man's focused observation had triggered Harry's newly developed sense for magical presence, a skill both Daphne and Fleur had been helping him cultivate. Instead, Harry darted down a narrow alley between houses, hoping to loop back toward the library where he'd have adult witnesses to deter Dudley's gang. As he rounded the corner, however, he found his path blocked by Malcolm and Dennis, two of Dudley's more brutish friends who must have circled around the block. "Nowhere to run now, Potter," Malcolm sneered, cracking his knuckles with theatrical menace. Harry backed up, calculating options. The alley behind him remained clear for the moment, but he could hear Dudley and Piers approaching from that direction. 6 weeks of magical training had improved his confidence but hardly prepared him for direct confrontation with 4 larger boys. "Just leave me alone," Harry said, trying to keep his voice steady. "I haven't done anything to you." "You exist," Dennis replied with the dull cruelty of a boy repeating someone else's words. "That's enough." Harry's back pressed against the alley wall as Dudley and Piers appeared at the other end, effectively trapping him. His heart hammered in his chest, and he felt the familiar pressure building inside, the prelude to accidental magic that had gotten him into trouble so many times before. Except now he had tools to channel it. His fingers closed around the Hawthorne training focus in his pocket. Daphne's cautionary words echoed in his mind, "Only in genuine need, Harry. Never for trivial matters or petty revenge." For bullies intent on beating him seemed to qualify as genuine need. As Dudley lumbered forward, Harry pulled the focus from his pocket, keeping it concealed in his palm as Daphne had taught him. He reached for the magical core within himself, visualizing it as a bright, compact star behind his ribs as Fleur had described. "What's that stick, Potter?" Piers jeered, spotting the edge of the focus. "Think you're going to fight us off with a twig?" Harry ignored the taunt, concentrating instead on the misdirection charm Fleur had taught him through their mirror sessions. Unlike the levitation he'd practiced with Daphne, this magic required no visible target, only intent and focus. "Distrahio," Harry whispered, pushing his magic through the training focus toward the narrow space between Malcolm and Dennis. A loud crash sounded from just beyond the alley entrance, as though someone had knocked over multiple rubbish bins. All four boys instinctively turned toward the noise, giving Harry the momentary distraction he needed. He darted forward, slipping between Malcolm and Dennis before they realized what was happening. Freedom beckoned just yards away, but Harry had underestimated Dudley's reflexes. His cousin's meaty hand shot out, catching Harry's jacket and yanking him backward with enough force to send the training focus flying from his grasp. "Got you!" Dudley crowed triumphantly, raising his fist. The world seemed to slow as Harry watched the hawthorn focus arc through the air, clattering to the ground several feet away. Panic surged through him, not fear of Dudley's impending punch, but terror at losing the precious magical tool Daphne had risked so much to provide. What happened next occurred so quickly that later, Harry couldn't precisely recall the sequence of events. His magic reacted instinctively, no longer channeled through the focus but raw and uncontained. A concussive wave radiated outward from his body, knocking all four boys off their feet. At the same moment, the discarded training focus flew back to Harry's outstretched hand as though summoned. Silence fell over the alley as Dudley and his friends stared at Harry in shock and mounting fear. You. Dudley sputtered, his face pale. "What did you do?" Harry stood frozen, the focus clutched tightly in his hand, terrifying possibilities racing through his mind. He'd performed obvious, undeniable magic in front of Muggles, exactly what both Daphne and Fleur had warned against. Before he could respond, a sharp crack split the air, and a tall figure appeared at the alley entrance. The man wore ordinary Muggle clothes, a brown overcoat and sensible shoes, but Harry immediately recognized the subtle wrongness that indicated a wizard attempting to blend in. "What's going on here, boys?" the man asked, his voice pleasant but carrying an undercurrent of authority. Dudley scrambled to his feet. "He attacked us. Did something freaky. You saw it." The man surveyed the scene calmly, his gaze lingering on Harry and the training focus still visible in his hand. "I think there's been a misunderstanding," he said smoothly. "You boys ran into each other in this narrow alley, that's all. Why don't you head home now? It's getting late." A subtle gesture accompanied his words, and Harry felt a ripple of magic wash over the area. Dudley's expression went momentarily blank, then refocused with confusion. "Yeah, we were just going home," Dudley muttered, backing away. His friends followed suit, their earlier aggression replaced by dull bewilderment. When they had gone, the wizard turned his full attention to Harry. "That was quite impressive accidental magic, young man. Though I suspect it wasn't entirely accidental, was it?" He nodded toward the training focus Harry was failing to conceal. I don't know what you're talking about," Harry attempted, tucking the focus back into his pocket. The wizard smiled kindly. "I think you do, Mr. Potter. My name is Broderick Bode. I work for the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, and I've been asked to check on you." Harry tensed. "By who?" "Whom," Bode corrected automatically. "And that's a complicated answer. Officially, by no one. Unofficially." He glanced around, then lowered his voice. "There have been unusual magical signatures detected in this area over the past several months. Signatures that shouldn't exist around an underage wizard supposedly unaware of his heritage." Cold fear washed through Harry. This was exactly the sort of attention Daphne had warned would come if he wasn't careful with magic. "I don't know anything about signatures," Harry said carefully. Bode studied him with intelligent eyes. "You've been receiving magical instruction," he stated rather than asked. "From someone with considerable knowledge of how to evade ministry monitoring charms. Someone who provided you with that training focus, which, I should note, is technically restricted under the underage wizarding statutes of 1875. Harry remained silent, unsure how to respond without making the situation worse. "I'm not here to cause trouble, Mr. Potter," Bode continued, his tone gentler. "But there are certain parties at the ministry who take great interest in your welfare and development. When anomalies were detected, questions arose." "What kind of questions?" Harry asked cautiously. "About whether someone might be interfering with the arrangements Albus Dumbledore made for your upbringing." Bode glanced meaningfully at the direction Dudley and his gang had departed. "Though having witnessed a small sample of those arrangements, I find myself with questions of my own." Harry shifted uncomfortably under the man's penetrating gaze. "Are you going to report me? For the magic?" "That depends," Bode replied. "On whether you're willing to tell me who's been teaching you." The communication stone in Harry's pocket suddenly grew painfully hot against his thigh, a warning. Simultaneously, he felt a curious sensation like a gentle mental tap, an impression of Daphne's presence urging caution. "No one's been teaching me," Harry lied, meeting Bode's eyes steadily. "I found a book about meditation in the library. Sometimes when I concentrate, things happen. That's all." Bode's expression made clear he didn't believe this for a second, but something, perhaps respect for Harry's loyalty, softened his approach. "Very well," he said finally. "I'll accept that explanation for now. But Mr. Potter, you should know that your magical development is being monitored more closely than you realize. For your own protection, of course." "Of course," Harry echoed, unable to keep sarcasm from his voice. Unexpectedly, Bode smiled. "You remind me of your mother," he said quietly. "She had the same look when she thought authority figures were being obtuse." He reached into his coat and withdrew a small card, offering it to Harry. "If you ever need assistance, magical or otherwise, this will reach me directly." Harry accepted the card hesitantly. It appeared blank until he touched it, when elegant script appeared reading simply, "B. Bode," followed by a sequence of numbers that didn't resemble any phone number Harry had seen. "To use it, hold it and speak my name 3 times, Bode instructed. "But only in genuine emergency. I've already bent several regulations by having this conversation." "Why would you do that?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. Bode's expression turned wistful. "Let's just say I owed your parents a debt." He straightened, professional demeanor returning. "Now, I suggest you return home before your relatives report you missing. And Mr. Potter? Do be more careful with that focus. Not everyone from the ministry would be as understanding of unsanctioned magical training." With another sharp crack, Bode disappeared, leaving Harry alone in the alley with a racing heart and the distinct impression that his already complicated situation had just acquired yet another layer of complexity. "Absolutely not." Petunia Desley's shrill voice carried through the closed kitchen door. "We will not have him associating with those people." Harry sat on the bottom stair of the hallway, straining to hear the conversation while maintaining plausible deniability if caught eavesdropping. Those people in question were the Greengrass family, who had taken the unprecedented step of approaching the Desleys directly about Harry attending a cultural exchange weekend in November. "Mrs. Desley," Sebastian Greengrass's measured voice replied, "I understand your concerns, but I assure you this is a legitimate educational opportunity. My wife is a board member of several prestigious preparatory schools. Connections made through our cultural program could benefit your nephew's future prospects considerably." "We're not interested in his prospects," Vernon growled. "The boy attends the local comprehensive school, same as our Dudley. We don't hold with these fancy notions." Harry could almost picture Sebastian Greengrass's carefully neutral expression. Having met Daphne's father briefly during a clandestine park encounter last month, Harry had been impressed by the man's diplomatic poise, a quality apparently being tested to its limits by the Dursleys. "Perhaps I haven't made the financial arrangements sufficiently clear," Sebastian continued smoothly. "Participants in our program receive a stipend to compensate families for the inconvenience. £500 for a single weekend seems reasonable, doesn't it?" A telling silence followed this statement. £500? Vernon eventually repeated, his tone noticeably altered. "Just for the boy to visit some cultural whatever for a weekend?" "Precisely," Sebastian confirmed. "Cash, of course, and with no obligation beyond allowing Harry to participate in this single event. Should the program continue, future stipends might be arranged." Harry held his breath. If there was one thing guaranteed to sway Uncle Vernon, it was money, especially money that came with minimal effort on his part. And where exactly would this exchange take place? Petunia asked, suspicion still evident but wavering. "Our family home in Wiltshire," Sebastian replied. "We would collect Harry on Friday afternoon, November 10th, and return him Sunday evening. All materials and accommodation provided." More silence as the Dursleys presumably exchanged looks, weighing greed against their pathological aversion to anything outside ordinary suburban life. "We'd need to see credentials," Vernon finally said. "Proof this is a legitimate program." "Naturally," Sebastian agreed. "I've brought all the necessary documentation. Cultural Exchange Initiative letterhead, insurance certificates, reference letters from previous participants' families, everything you might require for your peace of mind." Harry marveled at the thoroughness of the deception. The Greengrass family had evidently prepared extensively for this conversation, creating an elaborate Muggle-friendly cover story. The kitchen door suddenly opened, and Harry scrambled back up several stairs to appear as though he'd just been descending. Petunia's suspicious face appeared in the hallway. "Boy! Come here," she commanded. Harry approached cautiously, entering the kitchen to find Uncle Vernon and Sebastian Greengrass seated at the table. The contrast between the two men could hardly have been more pronounced, Vernon's florid face and bulky frame versus Sebastian's poised elegance in an immaculate business suit. A collection of official-looking documents lay spread between them. "Mr. Greengrass here says you've been selected for some sort of cultural program," Vernon said gruffly. "Did you apply for this without telling us?" "No, Uncle Vernon," Harry answered truthfully. "I didn't apply for anything." Sebastian smoothly intervened. Harry was recommended by his school librarian, who noted his interest in historical literature. "We select candidates based on academic potential rather than application." Vernon harumphed skeptically but seemed mollified by the explanation. "The program sounds acceptable," Petunia said stiffly. "Provided all safety measures are in place and it doesn't interfere with your chores." Harry could scarcely believe what he was hearing. After years of the Dursleys rejecting every opportunity that might benefit him or bring him joy, they were actually considering allowing this? "Thank you, Aunt Petunia," he managed, trying to contain his excitement. "Don't thank us," Vernon snapped. "Thank Mr. Greengrass for his generous program." The emphasis on generous confirmed Harry's suspicion that the financial incentive had been the deciding factor. Sebastian stood, gathering the papers into a neat portfolio. "Excellent. Then we're agreed. I'll have my assistant deliver the stipend on Friday morning, and our driver will collect Harry after school." As the adults shook hands, finalizing the arrangement, Harry caught Sebastian's eye briefly. The slight nod he received communicated volumes. Plans long in motion were finally coming to fruition. For the first time, Harry would be leaving the Dursleys' control to enter the magical world properly, a world where, for reasons still not entirely clear to him, he apparently held significant importance. A world where two different magical families with Veela heritage had recognized him as somehow special. A world that, if Broderick Bode's warning was any indication, contained many more interested parties than just the Greengrasses and Delacours. The Greengrass estate in Wiltshire unfolded before Harry like something from a fairy tale as the enchanted car passed through elaborate wrought iron gates that parted at their approach. Manicured gardens surrounded a manor house that managed to be impressive without ostentation, 3 stories of honey-colored stone with mullioned windows and ivy climbing one wing. "Welcome to Everworth," Sebastian Greengrass said from the seat beside him. "Our family has lived here for 12 generations." Harry pressed closer to the window, drinking in details of his first wizarding home. "It's brilliant," he breathed, spotting what appeared to be peacocks with unusually shimmering tails strutting across the lawn. "Those are Akami peacock hybrids," Daphne explained, noting his interest. "Great-grandfather's experimental breeding program. The ministry eventually banned it, but our existing flock was grandfathered into the regulations." "Do they fly?" Harry asked, watching one bird spread iridescent plumage that seemed to shift colors as it moved. "Not exactly," Daphne replied. "They can glide short distances, but their main defense is camouflage magic. When threatened, their feathers blend perfectly with surroundings." As the car stopped before the manor's entrance, Harry felt a momentary hesitation. The Dursleys' world, for all its cruelty, was at least familiar. Here, he was stepping into entirely unknown territory, where different rules and expectations applied. Sensing his uncertainty, Daphne touched his arm lightly. "It's all right," she said quietly. "Just be yourself." The front door opened before they reached it, revealing a small creature with bat-like ears and enormous eyes wearing what appeared to be a neatly tailored tea towel emblazoned with the letter G. "Master Sebastian returns with young guests," the creature announced in a high, squeaky voice. "Missy Daphne. Pinky has prepared the blue sweet as instructed." Harry stared in fascination. Hello," he offered uncertainly. The house elf turned bulging eyes toward Harry, then dropped into a deep bow. "Harry Potter. Such an honor for Pinky. Pinky has heard of Harry Potter's greatness." "House elves," Daphne whispered to Harry. "Magical servants bound to wizarding families. Father will explain the cultural context later so you understand properly." Harry nodded, filing away another element of wizarding life to learn about. The number of new magical concepts he'd encountered in just the first 5 minutes at Everworth was slightly overwhelming. "Pinky, please take Mr. Potter's bag to the Blue Guest Suite," Sebastian instructed. "We'll have tea in the solarium. Is Madame Greengrass available?" "Mistress is in the garden with Madame Isla and young Mistress Astoria," Pinky reported, accepting Harry's small backpack reverently. "Shall Pinky inform them of your arrival?" "Please do," Sebastian confirmed. As the house elf disappeared with a soft pop, Sebastian led Harry and Daphne through a grand entrance hall decorated with moving portraits, which Harry tried very hard not to stare at, and into a light-filled solarium overlooking the gardens. Comfortable seating was arranged around a low table already set with an elaborate tea service. "Please make yourself comfortable, Harry," Sebastian invited. "This weekend will involve some formal elements, but we want you to feel at home here at Everworth." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied, taking a seat beside Daphne on one of the plush sofas. "I really appreciate the invitation." The timing proved fortuitous, Sebastian noted, his tone deliberately casual. With Professor Dumbledore attending the International Confederation Summit in America, certain flexibilities became available. Harry recognized the implication. Dumbledore, a name both the Greengrasses and Delacours mentioned with cautious respect, apparently exercised some oversight regarding Harry's life, despite never having contacted him directly. The solarium doors opened to admit 3 women, Celeste Greengrass, whom Harry had briefly met once before, an elderly woman with Daphne's distinctive pale blue eyes and an air of formidable dignity, and Astoria, who bounded forward with considerably less decorum than her relatives. "Harry! You're finally here!" Astoria exclaimed. "Did you see the Akami peacocks? Did Daphne tell you about the library? There's books that read themselves aloud if you ask nicely." "Astoria," her mother chided gently, "allow our guest to breathe." She turned a warm smile toward Harry. Welcome to our home, Harry. I trust your journey was comfortable. Very, thank you, Mrs. Greengrass, Harry answered, standing as Daphne had subtly indicated was proper. This is my grandmother, Madame Isla Greengrass, Daphne introduced formally. Grandmere, may I present Harry Potter? The elderly witch approached, studying Harry with penetrating intensity. So, she said finally, her voice carrying the slight trace of an accent Harry couldn't quite place, you are the young wizard who has awakened the dormant Veela magic in my granddaughter. Harry swallowed nervously. I didn't mean to cause any trouble, Madame Greengrass. Unexpectedly, she smiled. Trouble? No, young man. You've brought something remarkable into our family. She gestured for him to sit. The recognition bond is ancient magic, older than wands, older than the statute of secrecy. That it has manifested in Daphne indicates exceptional magical compatibility between you. And with Fleur Delacour, Astoria added brightly, earning sharp looks from both parents. Yes, Isla acknowledged, apparently untroubled by the breach in conversational etiquette. The dual recognition is unprecedented in recorded magical history. Which is precisely why this weekend's gathering holds such significance. Harry glanced uncertainly between the assembled Greengrasses. Gathering? I thought this was just, well, me visiting your home. Sebastian and Celeste exchanged looks that contained an entire silent conversation. Harry, Sebastian began carefully, tomorrow evening, representatives of the Delacour family will join us here at Everworth. Including Fleur. Harry's heart jumped. Fleur is coming here. To meet Daphne? Yes, Daphne confirmed, her voice carefully controlled. We'll all meet formally for the first time. Is that safe? Harry asked, remembering both girls' warnings about Veela territorial instincts. Isla chuckled, a surprisingly warm sound from such a dignified woman. An astute question. Under normal circumstances, two Veela claiming recognition with the same wizard might indeed present certain, volatile elements. However, both families have been preparing the girls for this meeting. Controlled circumstances are safer than an accidental encounter. As the conversation continued around the tea service, Harry listened with growing fascination to explanations of recognition bond traditions, the weekend's planned activities, and the magical and political significance of formally acknowledging these connections. Though the adults clearly edited certain details for his and Astoria's benefit, Harry absorbed enough to understand that tomorrow's meeting represented a diplomatic event as much as a personal one. Later, as Daphne showed him around the manor grounds, Harry finally asked the question that had been nagging at him. All this planning, all these arrangements, it's not just about me and you and Fleur, is it? There's something larger happening. Daphne paused beside an ornamental pond where golden fish with multiple tails swam lazy circles. You're right, she admitted. The recognition bonds caught the attention of certain influential parties. Father believes that by bringing everything into the open, at least within the confines of a controlled setting with magical contracts binding all participants, we create protection through transparency. Protection from what? Harry pressed. From those who would use you, Harry. Daphne's expression grew unusually fierce. The boy who lived holds symbolic power in wizarding Britain. Your defeat of the Dark Lord, even as an infant, created a political legacy that various factions would like to control. Harry frowned. But I don't even remember what happened that night. I'm just, me. That's precisely why both our families feel such urgency, Daphne explained. You deserve the chance to discover who, just Harry, is before the wizarding world imposes its expectations upon you. And the recognition bonds help with that? Daphne nodded slowly. They create a framework of magical association that predates and potentially supersedes certain modern legal constructs. By formally acknowledging them, we establish protection that even the ministry must respect. Even against Dumbledore? Harry asked shrewdly. A hint of a smile touched Daphne's lips. You're becoming quite perceptive about wizarding politics. I have good teachers, Harry replied, bumping her shoulder lightly with his own, a rare moment of physical contact that would have been unthinkable months ago. "You'll need those instincts tomorrow," Daphne said, her expression growing serious again. "The Delacours are formidable. Fleur's grandmother is a full-blooded Veela of significant standing in their community." "Are you nervous?" Harry asked. "About meeting Fleur?" Daphne hesitated, then answered with uncharacteristic candor. "Yes. Our situation defies magical convention. We've been corresponding through intermediaries to establish basic protocols for interaction, but when we actually meet..." She trailed off. "It'll be fine," Harry assured her, surprising himself with his confidence. "You're both brilliant and reasonable, and you both care about doing what's right." "Your faith is touching," Daphne said, a hint of her usual dry humor returning, if perhaps optimistic. "Well, I'll be there too," Harry pointed out. "And since I'm apparently the focus of all this, maybe I get some say in how it goes." Daphne regarded him thoughtfully. "You know, Harry, sometimes I forget how little you've been told about your place in the wizarding world. You speak as though you're just an ordinary participant in these events, when in reality..." "In reality what?" "In reality, you may well be the most significant young wizard in Britain. Not just for what happened when you were a baby, but for what you represent: hope, resistance against darkness, the triumph of love over power." She looked away, suddenly self-conscious. "At least, that's how the stories tell it." Harry absorbed this uncomfortable revelation in silence as they continued walking through the manicured gardens. The weight of expectations he'd never asked for settled around his shoulders like an invisible cloak, both burden and protection. Tomorrow, it seemed, he would begin to understand just how complicated his future in the wizarding world might be. The great hall of Everworth Manor had been transformed for the evening's formal gathering. Ancient tapestries depicting magical creatures and historical events hung from walls normally adorned with more subdued decoration. Crystal orbs floating near the ceiling emitted soft golden light that cast no shadows. A large round table dominated the center of the space, surrounded by 13 high-backed chairs carved with various magical symbols. Harry tugged uncomfortably at the formal robe Sebastian Greengrass had provided, midnight blue with subtle silver embroidery at cuffs and collar. Though expertly tailored, they felt foreign compared to his usual clothing. "Stop fidgeting," Daphne whispered beside him. She looked entirely different in formal attire, her blonde hair arranged in an intricate style with what appeared to be tiny star-shaped pins, her robes a deeper blue than Harry's with bronze accents that complemented her coloring. "I feel ridiculous," Harry muttered back. "Like I'm playing dress-up." "These are standard formal robes," Daphne explained patiently. "You're a wizard, Harry. This is your heritage." Before Harry could respond, the massive double doors at the hall's far end swung open. Sebastian Greengrass strode forward to greet the arriving party while the rest of the family remained positioned near the round table. Harry's breath caught as the Delacour family entered the hall. Antoine Delacour led the procession, his diplomatic bearing evident in his perfectly straight posture and measured steps. Beside him walked a woman of extraordinary beauty who could only be Apollon Delacour, Fleur's mother. Her silvery blonde hair was arranged in an elegant updo, her robes a shimmering pearl color that seemed to catch and reflect the room's golden light. Behind them came Cyril Delacour, who despite her advanced age moved with remarkable grace, her silver hair contrasting with deep midnight blue robes adorned with what appeared to be actual stars that twinkled as she walked. And finally, Fleur herself. Harry had seen Fleur only twice in person, their first meeting at the library and one brief, clandestine encounter in a London park during her family's previous visit. Neither occasion had prepared him for her formal appearance. Like her mother, she wore robes of lustrous pearl, though hers featured subtle blue accents that matched her eyes. Her silver blonde hair fell in a simple but elegant style past her shoulders, and she carried herself with a poise that belied her 11 years. The moment Fleur entered the hall, Harry felt Daphne stiffen beside him. The air between the two girls seemed to vibrate with tension as they regarded each other across the distance for the first time. Time seemed suspended as Fleur's eyes met Daphne's, an unspoken challenge passing between them. Harry felt a curious pressure in his chest, as though the magic connecting him to each girl had suddenly become tangibly present in the room. Then, with visible effort, both girls inclined their heads in the slightest of acknowledgments, the diplomatic compromise their families had apparently negotiated for this first meeting. "Welcome to Everworth," Sebastian greeted formally. "The Greengrass family is honored to host this historic gathering." "The honor is mutual," Antoine replied with equal formality. "The Delacour family recognizes the significance of this unprecedented circumstance and appreciates your hospitality." The carefully choreographed exchange continued as introductions were made around the circle. When at last Fleur stood before Harry, she offered a small curtsy. "Harry," she said softly, her accent more pronounced in her nervousness. "It is good to see you again." "You too, Fleur," Harry managed, hyper-aware of Daphne watching the exchange closely. When Fleur moved to face Daphne directly, the hall's atmosphere thickened with magical tension. For a breathless moment, Harry feared one or both girls might break the carefully established protocol. Instead, Fleur extended her hand in the gesture they had practiced separately. "Daphne Greengrass. I am pleased to meet you in person at last." Daphne accepted the handshake with remarkable composure, though Harry could see the effort it cost her. "Fleur Delacour. Welcome to my family's home." A subtle shimmer of magic passed between their clasped hands, not hostile, but certainly not entirely comfortable. Both girls released the contact simultaneously, maintaining neutral expressions that revealed nothing of their true feelings. "Now that introductions are complete," Cyril Delacour announced in a commanding voice, "perhaps we should proceed to the recognition ritual. The magical hour approaches." Sebastian nodded agreement, gesturing toward the round table. "The ceremonial space has been prepared according to the ancient traditions. Madame Isla and Madame Cyril have collaborated on the ritual specifications to accommodate our unique circumstances." The two grandmothers exchanged knowing looks, clearly having established their own rapport during the preparation process. "Harry," Celeste Greengrass called gently, "would you please take the central chair? As the focus of the recognition bonds, you must anchor the ritual." Heart pounding, Harry moved toward the indicated seat, a high-backed chair carved with symbols he didn't recognize. As he sat, he noticed the table's surface was etched with an intricate pattern of interlocking circles and runes that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles. Daphne and Fleur were directed to chairs on either side of him, with their respective family members filling the remaining seats in alternating order: Greengrass, Delacour, Greengrass, Delacour. The last chair, directly opposite Harry, remained empty. "The witness chair," Isla explained, noticing Harry's questioning look. "Traditionally occupied by a neutral third party. Tonight it represents the ancient magic itself as witness to these proceedings." Once everyone was seated, Sebastian placed a small golden box in the table's center. "This ritual acknowledges the existence of the recognition bonds between Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass, and between Harry Potter and Fleur Delacour. It creates no new magical obligations but formally recognizes those already established by the magic itself. The ritual also establishes a framework for coexistence," Antoine added, "as the unprecedented nature of dual recognition requires accommodations not addressed in traditional Veela customs." Cyril Delacour leaned forward slightly. "Young Harry, do you understand what is happening here tonight?" Harry swallowed nervously, aware that his answer carried significance beyond the immediate question. "I understand that magic has created connections between me and both Daphne and Fleur. I understand that these connections are rare and usually exclusive. And I understand that by acknowledging them formally, we're creating protection against those who might try to interfere with them." The elderly Veela's eyes gleamed with approval. Succinctly put. She turned to her counterpart. "Madame Isla, shall we begin?" The two grandmothers stood in unison, drawing wands that looked far older and more distinctive than the modern wands Harry had glimpsed in wizarding photographs. Together they began an incantation in what sounded like ancient French interspersed with words from a language Harry didn't recognize. As they chanted, the golden box in the center of the table opened by itself, revealing 3 small crystal vials containing swirling silvery blue liquid. The contents began to glow, illuminating the table's etched patterns from within. Blood freely given, magic freely acknowledged, Isla intoned. The ancient rite of recognition is invoked. Cyril continued seamlessly, 2 lines, 1 focus. Harmony sought where conflict is expected. Balance in the unprecedented. Harry felt a strange tingling sensation spreading from his chest outward as the ritual progressed. Beside him, both Daphne and Fleur appeared to be experiencing similar effects, their expressions showing wonder mixed with concentration. The chanting reached a crescendo, and suddenly the liquid from the 3 vials rose into the air, forming shimmering strands that twisted and braided together above the table. Where they connected, brilliant sparks of gold and silver erupted. The bonds are confirmed, both grandmothers declared in unison. Witnessed by magic and kin, acknowledged in the ancient way, protected by covenant of blood and will. The braided strands of magic pulsed once with blinding light, then separated into 3 distinct streams that flowed toward Harry, Daphne, and Fleur. As the magic touched him, Harry gasped at the sensation, like being filled with warm light that somehow connected him to both girls in a way that transcended physical space. He could feel them, not their thoughts, but their presence, their magical signatures, as distinct and recognizable as voices. Daphne's magic felt like cool clarity, structured and precise with depths of warmth beneath. Fleur's burned brighter, more passionate and volatile, but with surprising currents of gentleness running through the intensity. For a brief, transcendent moment, Harry understood what the recognition bond truly meant beyond academic explanations. It wasn't ownership or control, but resonance, a natural harmony between magical cores that enhanced rather than diminished individual strengths. As the ritual's effects gradually subsided, the adults at the table began discussing the practical implications and agreements that would govern interactions moving forward. Harry, still processing the profound magical experience, noticed that both Daphne and Fleur seemed similarly affected, their usual composure temporarily disrupted by wonder. "I felt you," Fleur whispered, looking between Harry and Daphne with new understanding. "Both of you." Daphne nodded slowly. "The magical compatibility, it's real. For both bonds." "Did you doubt it?" Harry asked quietly. "Not the bonds themselves," Daphne clarified, "but the possibility of coexistence. Veela instinct typically demands exclusivity. Yet here we are," Fleur observed, a note of surprise in her voice. "Here we are," Harry agreed, feeling strangely anchored between these 2 very different witches who had, through ancient magic and their own determination, become inextricably part of his life. The formal portion of the evening eventually transitioned to a celebratory dinner, where the atmosphere lightened considerably. Harry found himself engaging in conversation with both families, answering questions about his experiences in the Muggle world and absorbing information about wizarding culture and politics. "The ritual's success strengthens our position considerably," Sebastian explained during a moment when the younger children were distracted by a magical dessert that changed flavors with each bite. "Formal acknowledgement of the recognition bonds creates magical precedent that even the Ministry must respect." "What about Dumbledore?" Harry asked, the question that had been nagging at him all evening. Antoine and Sebastian exchanged glances. "Albus Dumbledore is a complex figure in this equation," Antoine answered carefully. "As your magical guardian, he holds certain legal authorities. However, recognition bonds predate modern wizarding law." In practical terms, Apollon added, her musical accent lending gravity to her words, "Tonight's ritual ensures that any attempt to completely separate you from either Daphne or Fleur would constitute a violation of ancient magical rights. Not even Dumbledore would risk such a breach lightly. So I can keep seeing them?" Harry clarified. "Learning magic, preparing for Hogwarts." "With certain precautions, yes," Celeste confirmed. "We've established a framework for regular contact that minimizes detection while maintaining appropriate oversight." Harry nodded, relief washing through him. The past months of secret meetings, clandestine magical training, and hidden communication had created bonds that went beyond the magical connection recognized in tonight's ritual. Daphne and Fleur had become his first real friends, his guides to a world he was only beginning to understand. The prospect of losing that connection had been his greatest fear. Later that evening, as the formal gathering wound down, Harry found himself in one of Everworth's many garden alcoves with both Daphne and Fleur. The three children had slipped away during the adults' political discussions, drawn together by a shared need to process the evening's events in their own terms. "Everything changes now, doesn't it?" Harry asked, gazing up at stars that seemed somehow brighter in the magical ambience of the Greengrass estate. "Some things," Fleur acknowledged. "The secrecy becomes less absolute, though discretion remains essential. And we can communicate more directly," Daphne added. "Father has arranged a secure three-way communication method that builds on the stones and mirror we've been using." Harry glanced between them, still marveling at the fact that they were speaking civilly, even cooperatively. "You two seem different with each other." The girls exchanged measuring looks. "The ritual revealed certain truths," Fleur said carefully. "About the nature of the bonds. We're not in competition," Daphne elaborated. "The magic doesn't work that way, despite traditional Veela assumptions. Our connections to you are complementary, not contradictory. Plus," Fleur added with unexpected lightness, "it would be exhausting to maintain hostility while collaborating on your magical education and protection." "Protection from what, exactly?" Harry asked, seizing the opening. "Everyone keeps mentioning threats without specifics." Another significant look passed between the girls before Daphne answered. "Harry, your encounter with that ministry official, Mr. Bode, wasn't coincidental. There are factions within the wizarding government who take great interest in your development. Some with benign intentions, others less so. The families who supported the Dark Lord during the war didn't simply disappear when he fell," Fleur continued. "Many still hold positions of influence, and the idea of Harry Potter growing up beyond their observation concerns them." "But I'm just a kid," Harry protested. "What could they possibly want with me?" "Control of your narrative," Daphne explained. "Influence over your perspectives and allegiances before you emerge as a potentially powerful figure in wizarding society." "And with the recognition bonds," Fleur added, "that interest has intensified. A wizard with dual Veela connections represents unexpected magical potential." Harry absorbed this sobering information in silence. The magical world he'd been so eager to join suddenly seemed more complicated and potentially dangerous than he'd imagined. "So what happens next?" he finally asked. "We continue as planned," Daphne answered. "Regular magical instruction, preparation for Hogwarts, development of your understanding of wizarding culture and politics. Only now, we coordinate our efforts more directly," Fleur added. "My family returns to France tomorrow, but the improved communication channels will allow regular contact. And we'll return for the winter holidays. Most importantly," Daphne said, her voice unusually gentle, "you're no longer alone in this, Harry. Whatever comes next, you have both of us, and our families, supporting you." As if to emphasize this point, both girls moved closer, flanking him on the garden bench in a show of unified purpose that would have seemed impossible mere hours earlier. Harry felt something shift within him, a consolidation of the fragmented pieces that had defined his life until now. The orphan, the unwanted burden, the boy in the cupboard, the reluctant wizard, the confused center of ancient magic, all these aspects of himself seemed to align in this moment of clarity. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Harry Potter would face them with allies who had recognized something in him worth fighting for long before he recognized it in himself. For now, that seemed like magic enough. The remainder of Harry's weekend at Everworth passed in a whirlwind of new experiences. With the formal recognition ritual complete and the Delacours temporarily returned to their London accommodations, the atmosphere at the manor relaxed considerably. Daphne and Astoria showed Harry every corner of their family home, from the extensive magical library, where books indeed read themselves aloud when properly requested, to the small Quidditch pitch behind the apple orchard where generations of Greengrass children had learned to fly. "Father said we could try the training brooms today," Astoria announced excitedly at breakfast on Sunday. "Harry's never flown." Sebastian looked up from his newspaper, raising an eyebrow at his younger daughter's enthusiasm. With supervision, Astoria. And only in the warded practice area. I'll oversee them, Daphne offered, trying to appear nonchalant despite the anticipation Harry could now sense through their strengthened bond. After breakfast, the three children made their way to a circular clearing surrounded by ancient oak trees. A small shed at one edge housed what Harry learned were basic training brooms, designed to rise no more than 10 feet and equipped with multiple safety charms. Flying is arguably the most fundamental expression of wizarding freedom, Daphne explained as she removed 3 brooms from the shed. Most magical children learn the basics years before attending Hogwarts. I've been flying since I was 5, Astoria boasted, grabbing the smallest broom eagerly. I can do loops and everything now. No loops today, Daphne warned. We're focusing on Harry's introduction to flying. Harry accepted the broom Daphne offered, feeling its weight and balance. Despite his complete inexperience, something about holding it felt oddly natural, as though his body recognized an affinity his conscious mind couldn't yet comprehend. The basics are simple, Daphne instructed. Place the broom on the ground beside you, extend your right hand over it, and firmly say, up. Harry followed her instructions, placing the broom on the grass. Up, he commanded. The broom leapt instantly into his hand with such enthusiasm that Harry nearly dropped it in surprise. Wow! Astoria exclaimed. That was perfect. It took me forever to get my first broom to respond like that. Natural aptitude, Daphne observed with a small smile. Your father was a talented flyer, according to wizarding sports histories. A warm glow spread through Harry at this casual mention of his father's abilities, another small connection to parents he'd never known. Under the Greengrass sisters' guidance, Harry quickly progressed from hovering a few inches above the ground to making controlled circuits around the practice area. By mid-afternoon, he was flying confidently at the training broom's maximum height, executing gentle turns and even attempting the shallow dive Daphne demonstrated. You're a natural, Harry. Astoria called as she flew alongside him. You should try out for Quidditch at Hogwarts. That's nearly 2 years away, Tori, Daphne reminded her, though her proud expression suggested she agreed with the assessment. And first years rarely make house teams anyway. Harry will, Astoria declared with absolute conviction. Just wait and see. As the sun began its descent, Sebastian Greengrass appeared at the edge of the clearing, watching the flying lesson with evident approval. When the children finally landed, cheeks flushed with exertion and excitement, he approached with an expression that balanced pleasure with regret. I hate to end the fun, he said, but we need to prepare for Harry's return to his aunt and uncle. Reality crashed back into Harry's consciousness, the magical weekend was ending, and Privet Drive awaited. The knowledge that he would have to resume his double life, ordinary muggle schoolboy by day, secret wizard in training by night, felt suddenly oppressive. Do I have to go back? The question escaped before Harry could stop it, hanging in the air between them. Sebastian's expression softened. For now, yes. But not forever, Harry. The arrangements established this weekend represent significant progress. On the journey back to Little Whinging, Sebastian explained the revised communication system Harry would now use to maintain contact with both families. A more sophisticated version of the original communication stone had been created, linked to both Daphne's stone and Fleur's mirror, allowing three-way conversations when necessary. Additionally, regular meeting schedules had been established, carefully coordinated to minimize detection by Dumbledore's monitoring systems. The winter holidays will provide another opportunity for extended interaction, Sebastian explained as the enchanted car approached the painfully ordinary streets of Harry's neighborhood. Both families will gather for Yule celebrations, a traditional wizarding observance of the solstice. We'll arrange for your participation. The Dursleys will never agree to that, Harry said glumly. A hint of something sharper flashed across Sebastian's usually diplomatic expression. Leave the Dursleys to us, Harry. Certain incentives have proven effective in moderating their resistance. As they pulled up several blocks from Privet Drive, a precaution against magical detection, Sebastian turned to face Harry directly. "I want you to understand something important, Harry. While circumstances require your continued residence with your maternal relatives for now, you are no longer without resources or protection. What happened this weekend created magical and familial bonds that transcend ordinary arrangements." Harry nodded, touched by the formal declaration. "Thank you, sir. For everything. There's one more thing," Sebastian added, reaching into his coat and withdrawing a small wooden box. "A graduation gift of sorts, to mark your successful participation in the recognition ritual." Harry accepted the box cautiously. Opening it revealed a simple silver ring bearing the Greengrass family crest, a stylized tree with roots and branches forming an eternal knot. "This is charmed to alert both our family and the Delacours should you ever face genuine danger," Sebastian explained. "Simply twist it 3 times while focusing on your need, and assistance will come. It also contains basic protective enchantments against minor hexes and detection spells." Harry slipped the ring onto his right hand, feeling a gentle warmth as the magic adjusted to his signature. "I don't know what to say." "Say that you'll continue your studies diligently," Sebastian replied with unexpected warmth. "And that you'll remember, whenever those muggles make you feel insignificant, that you have people who recognize your true worth." With those words lingering in his mind, Harry made his way back to Privet Drive, the silver ring a comforting weight on his finger and the knowledge of his magical connections a shield against the Dursleys' indifference. For the first time since he could remember, Harry Potter didn't feel alone. The weeks following the recognition ritual brought a new rhythm to Harry's dual existence. While his daily life at the Dursleys and at school remained outwardly unchanged, his magical education accelerated significantly under the now coordinated guidance of both the Greengrass and Delacour families. 3 times weekly, Harry met with Daphne in carefully selected locations, sometimes the park, occasionally the library's forgotten reference section, and, when weather permitted, a secluded clearing in the small woodland beyond the neighborhood. During these sessions, Daphne focused on practical magical theory, wandless control exercises, and the foundations of wizarding culture and politics that would prepare him for eventual integration into magical Britain. Fleur, though physically distant in France, maintained regular contact through their enhanced communication mirrors. Her lessons emphasized the intuitive aspects of magic, visualization techniques, magical sensing, and the delicate art of controlling accidental magic through emotional regulation. Twice monthly, when her family's schedule allowed, they conducted more intensive training sessions via extended mirror connections, with Cyril Delacour occasionally joining to observe Harry's progress. By early December, the combined training began showing remarkable results. Harry could now consistently perform basic wandless magic with the training focus, levitating objects, creating small lights, and even managing a rudimentary shield charm that Daphne insisted was well beyond typical capability for his age and training level. More significantly, Harry's understanding of his place in the wizarding world had evolved from confused acceptance to informed awareness. Through carefully selected books, historical accounts, and guided discussions with both girls and occasionally their parents, he had begun piecing together the complex reality of what it meant to be Harry Potter in magical Britain. The political landscape is basically divided into 3 major factions, Daphne explained during one December meeting in the library, her voice barely above a whisper as they huddled in a forgotten study alcove. Traditional purebloods who want to maintain blood-based hierarchies, progressive elements who advocate integration and reform, and centrist pragmatists who primarily value stability over ideological purity. "Where do your families fit?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "The Greengrasses have historically maintained careful neutrality," Daphne answered. "Father says taking public positions limits private influence." "And the Delacours?" "More progressive by British standards, but their influence is primarily in France. International magical politics operates differently than our domestic system." Harry absorbed this information thoughtfully. "And where am I expected to fit, eventually?" Daphne's expression turned serious. "That's precisely what makes you so politically significant, Harry. Different factions have different expectations based on their own narratives about what your defeat of the Dark Lord represents. But I was just a baby, Harry protested for what felt like the 100th time. I didn't actually do anything. The truth matters less than the symbolism, Daphne said with a wisdom beyond her years. You survived what should have been unsurvivable. Your parents died while you lived. Magic happened that night that defied explanation. In the absence of certainty, people construct meanings that align with their existing beliefs. Harry was about to respond when a familiar warmth from his communication device alerted him to an incoming message. Checking that they remained unobserved in their secluded corner, he withdrew the enhanced stone from his pocket, watching as it transformed into a small reflective surface. Fleur's face appeared, her expression unusually tense. Harry? Is Daphne with you? I'm here, Daphne confirmed, leaning into view. What's wrong? Grandmere has detected unusual magical surveillance around your Surrey residence, Harry, Fleur reported. Not Dumbledore's standard monitoring charms, but something new. More targeted. Harry and Daphne exchanged concerned glances. Ministry? Daphne asked. Possibly, Fleur replied. Or private. Grandmere says the signature isn't institutional, more like individual casting. Someone's watching Harry specifically, Daphne translated grimly. This changes our meeting protocols. We'll need to adjust locations, timing. A shadow fell across their alcove, cutting off Daphne's tactical assessment. Harry quickly deactivated the communication device as both children looked up to find a tall figure blocking the exit from their study nook. Fascinating discussion, Broderick Bode observed mildly. Though perhaps the public library isn't the ideal venue for such sensitive topics. Harry's heart hammered in his chest as he recognized the unspeakable from their previous encounter. Beside him, Daphne had gone perfectly still, her expression revealing nothing despite the alarm Harry could sense through their strengthened bond. Mr. Bode, Harry acknowledged cautiously. Are you following me? Not exactly, Bode replied, glancing around before casting a subtle privacy charm with a nearly imperceptible flick of his wand. Let's say our interests continue to intersect periodically. His gaze shifted to Daphne. Miss Greengrass, I presume? Your father's diplomatic skills are clearly hereditary, judging by your composed response to my unexpected appearance. You have us at a disadvantage, sir, Daphne replied coolly. You know who we are, but we know little about you beyond your ministry affiliation. Bode's lips quirked in what might have been approval. Directness, too. Excellent. He settled into a chair opposite them, shrinking his tall frame to appear less imposing. I'm not here officially. In fact, my department would be quite displeased to learn I'm speaking with you at all. Then why risk it? Harry asked bluntly. Because the surveillance Miss Delacour's grandmother detected isn't ministry sanctioned, Bode answered, surprising both children with his knowledge of their communications. At least, not through official channels. You've been monitoring our communications, Daphne stated flatly. No, Bode corrected. I've been monitoring those monitoring you. There's a difference. Harry frowned. I don't understand. If you're from the ministry, and someone at the ministry is watching me. The ministry is not a monolith, Mr. Potter. It contains factions, departments, individuals with varying agendas. My interest in your welfare stems from personal considerations. Others have more institutional motivations. Who's watching Harry? Daphne demanded, her usual composure cracking slightly. Bode regarded them thoughtfully, clearly weighing how much to reveal. An individual associated with the Department of International Magical Cooperation, operating under unofficial direction from parties interested in your unusual magical connections. Understanding dawned in Daphne's eyes. Lucius Malfoy. Bode neither confirmed nor denied, but his expression suggested Daphne had hit close to the mark. The recognition ritual performed at Everworth last month created magical ripples that certain sensitive instruments detected, despite the extensive warding. Questions are being asked in specific circles. Why are you telling us this? Harry asked. What do you want? To offer advice, Bode replied simply. The Yule gathering being planned for the winter holidays? Consider changing the venue. Everworth has been compromised, at least in terms of surveillance awareness. Daphne paled slightly. How could you possibly know about? My department specializes in mysteries, Miss Greengrass. Magical connections of the nature you three have established qualify as exactly the sort of phenomenon we study. Bode stood, preparing to leave. I'm not your enemy, though I understand why you might assume otherwise. The magical protections established through the recognition bonds are significant, but not comprehensive. What does that mean? Harry pressed. It means that while certain parties cannot legally interfere with the bonds themselves, they can still attempt to influence circumstances around them. Bode's expression turned grave. Be particularly cautious during the transition periods, when leaving or returning to your Muggle residence. The protective blood wards Dumbledore established operate most strongly when you're actually within their boundary. With that cryptic warning, Bode removed the privacy charm and slipped away, leaving Harry and Daphne staring after him in stunned silence. We need to contact our parents, Daphne whispered urgently once she'd recovered her composure. If Everworth's security is compromised. Harry nodded, already reaching for the communication device. And Fleur. She needs to know about Bode. As they huddled together, relaying the unspeakable's warning through their magical connection, Harry felt the weight of his unusual position settle more heavily on his shoulders. The magical world he'd been so eager to join was proving more complex and potentially dangerous than he'd imagined, a realm where even a 9-year-old boy could become the center of political machinations and ancient magical interests. Yet alongside that sobering realization came another, equally powerful: he was no longer facing these challenges alone. Between Daphne's strategic mind, Fleur's passionate determination, and the combined resources of two influential magical families, Harry Potter had gained something he'd never truly experienced before. Protection. The winter solstice arrived with a light dusting of snow across southern England, transforming the landscape into a scene from a holiday card. For Harry, however, the beauty of the season was overshadowed by anticipation and nerves as he prepared for his first proper magical holiday celebration. Following Broderick Bode's warning, the planned Yule gathering had been relocated from Everworth Manor to a Delacour property in the Cotswolds, a smaller but heavily warded cottage that had apparently been in their extended family for generations. The Dursleys, motivated by a combination of a substantial, cultural program stipend, and their desire to visit Aunt Marge without Harry's disruptive presence, had agreed to his absence for the entire week between Christmas and New Year's. The Greengrass family's enchanted car collected Harry on the morning of December 26, with Sebastian himself driving rather than sending a magical proxy as originally planned. The additional security precaution wasn't lost on Harry, who had noticed increased vigilance from both families since Bode's warning. Everything quiet at Privet Drive? Sebastian asked as they pulled away from the neighborhood. Yes, sir, Harry confirmed. Though I thought I saw someone watching the house yesterday, a woman in dark robes trying to look like a normal pedestrian but getting details wrong. Sebastian nodded approvingly. Good observation. Your situational awareness has improved considerably. That was likely Nymphadora Tonks, a Metamorphmagus trainee assigned to Auror Moody's security detail. Aurors are magical law enforcement, Harry recalled from his lessons. Correct. Alastair Moody is a senior Auror who occasionally performs security assessments for Dumbledore. His interest suggests our activities haven't gone entirely unnoticed, despite precautions. Is that bad? Harry asked anxiously. Not necessarily, Sebastian replied thoughtfully. Moody's involvement likely means Dumbledore is aware something has changed in your circumstances but is choosing observation over intervention for now. That's actually preferable to uninformed action. The remainder of the journey passed with Sebastian briefing Harry on the traditions and expectations of a Wizarding Yule celebration. Unlike the Muggle Christmas Harry was familiar with, the magical observance focused on the solstice itself, the rebirth of light and magic's renewal through the turning of seasonal cycles. The Yule log burning, the exchange of magical tokens, the solstice circle, these traditions predate modern wizarding practices, Sebastian explained. They connect us to the foundations of our heritage in ways that transcend political divisions within magical society. Is that why both families are celebrating together? As a neutral tradition? Sebastian smiled. Perceptive as always, Harry. Yes, the ancient observances provide common ground that rises above the complications of your unique situation. Both Veela and wizarding cultures share these foundational practices, making Yule an ideal opportunity for strengthened cooperation. The Delacour cottage came into view as they rounded a bend in the narrow country lane, a charming stone structure nestled against a hillside, surrounded by winter-bare trees dusted with snow. Despite its modest appearance compared to Everworth Manor, Harry immediately sensed powerful magic emanating from the property, layers of protective enchantments that seemed to evaluate their approach before yielding access. The wards recognize you, Sebastian noted as they passed through an invisible boundary that momentarily felt like driving through warm water. Cyril must have incorporated your magical signature during preparations. The front door opened before they reached it, revealing Fleur outlined against the warm light within. Her face lit up at the sight of Harry, a genuine smile replacing her usual composed expression. "Harry," she called, hurrying down the path to meet them. "You've arrived just in time. Grandmere is about to begin the winter blessing ceremony." As Sebastian retrieved Harry's small bag from the car, Fleur pulled Harry toward the cottage with unusual enthusiasm. "Everyone's waiting inside. Daphne arrived yesterday with her family." The cottage's interior defied its external dimensions, clearly expanded by magic to accommodate both families comfortably. A central great room featured a massive stone fireplace where a huge log crackled with strangely colored flames that shifted between blue, gold, and deep purple. Evergreen boughs adorned with tiny magical lights decorated the wooden beams overhead, while a long table set for the evening feast occupied one end of the space. Both families had gathered near the fireplace, forming a loose circle with a space clearly left for the new arrivals. Harry spotted Daphne immediately, standing between her mother and sister, her formal robes a deep forest green that complemented the seasonal decorations. She offered a small nod as he entered, her subtle smile conveying welcome. "Ah, Harry arrives," Cyril Delacour announced from her position nearest the fire. "Now our circle is complete." Harry was ushered to a spot between Fleur and Daphne, a symbolic placement he recognized from their previous formal gathering. As Sebastian joined the adults, completing the circle, Cyril raised her arms in a gesture that immediately commanded attention. "We gather at the turning of the year," she began, her voice carrying power that belied her age, "when darkness gives way to returning light, when magic renews its covenant with those who honor its rhythms." Antoine Delacour stepped forward, placing a small bundle of herbs into the colorful flames. "We offer the gifts of the old year to the fire of transformation." Isla Greengrass followed with her own contribution, a small vial of what appeared to be liquid silver. "We release what no longer serves us, creating space for new growth." One by one, each family member added something to the fire, symbolic offerings that Harry gradually understood represented aspects of the past year they wished to transform. When his turn came, Fleur pressed a small sprig of dried lavender into his hand. "For peaceful dreams," she whispered. "To replace the troubled ones." On his other side, Daphne offered a tiny scroll tied with green thread. "Written worries, given to the flames." Touched by their thoughtfulness, Harry approached the fire and placed both offerings among the dancing flames, watching as they were consumed in bursts of golden sparks. The ceremony continued with Cyril leading the assembled families in a chant that seemed to resonate with the magic Harry could now sense flowing through the cottage. Though he didn't understand the ancient words, their rhythm and power needed no translation. This was magic in its most primal form, untamed by wands or modern spellcraft. When the ritual concluded, the formal atmosphere dissolved into celebratory warmth. The adults moved toward comfortable seating arrangements while house elves, brought from both family homes, appeared with trays of holiday delicacies and warm drinks. Harry found himself guided to a window seat with Fleur and Daphne, the three children creating their own space within the larger gathering. Your first proper magical holiday, Daphne observed, handing Harry a mug of something that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. What do you think? It's brilliant, Harry answered honestly. Different from what the Dursleys do at Christmas, but it feels right, somehow. Like I'm connecting to something that was always supposed to be part of my life. Fleur nodded understanding. The old magics speak to our cores more directly than modern spellwork. That's why traditions like you'll persist even as other practices evolve. The educational value extends beyond mere custom, Daphne added in her characteristically analytical tone, though her eyes reflected the room's festive warmth. Seasonal magic provides foundations for more advanced work at Hogwarts. Professor Sprout's herbology curriculum and Professor Sinistra's astronomy lessons both incorporate traditional observances. Always the scholar, Fleur teased gently. Can you not simply enjoy the celebration without cataloging its educational benefits? Rather than bristle at the comment as she might have months ago, Daphne merely raised an eyebrow. Some of us value comprehensive understanding alongside emotional experience. Harry marveled at the evolution of their interaction, from wary rivals to something approaching friendship, or at least mutual respect. The recognition ritual had indeed changed the dynamic between the two girls, establishing a relationship that, while not exactly warm, had developed its own functional balance. Speaking of understanding, Harry said, lowering his voice slightly, has there been any more information about the surveillance Mr. Bode warned us about? Both girls grew more serious, glancing toward the adults to ensure their conversation remained private. Father confirmed unusual magical activity around Everworth, Daphne reported quietly. Nothing that breached the wards, but definitely targeted observation attempts. And Grandmere detected similar probes near our Paris home, Fleur added. Someone is very interested in both families' movements. The question remains whether Lucius Malfoy acts alone or represents broader interests, Daphne mused. Father believes the latter, which complicates our security considerations. Harry frowned, troubled by the persistent threats lurking at the edges of his new magical life. I don't understand what they want from me. I'm just a kid learning about magic, same as you. You're Harry Potter, Fleur reminded him gently. To the magical world, especially in Britain, that name carries weight beyond your personal identity. The boy who lived represents a symbolic fulcrum in the balance of power, Daphne elaborated. Your eventual allegiances, perspectives, and magical development have implications for multiple factions. And our bonds with you, Fleur continued, create additional complications. Veela magic is poorly understood by mainstream wizarding society. The dual recognition phenomenon even less so. Harry sighed, feeling the weight of expectations he'd never asked for. Sometimes I wish I could just be normal. Learn magic without all these politics and plots. Both girls regarded him with understanding but also a certain pragmatism that reminded Harry how different their upbringings had been from his own. Both Daphne and Fleur had been raised within the complexities of magical society, aware from early ages of their families' positions and the responsibilities those entailed. Normal is relative, Daphne finally said. And rarely available to those with significant magical potential. Besides, Fleur added with unusual gentleness, would you truly wish away what brought us together? The bonds that connected us? The question struck Harry forcefully. Despite the complications and occasional dangers, the past 6 months had transformed his life from lonely isolation to meaningful connection. Daphne and Fleur, each in her own way, had become essential parts of his world, teaching, protecting, and simply being present in ways no one had ever been before. No, he answered honestly. I wouldn't wish that away. Not for anything. The conversation shifted to lighter topics as the evening progressed, with Astoria eventually joining them to describe in enthusiastic detail the magical presents she'd received for Christmas. The younger girl's boundless energy provided welcome relief from weightier concerns, reminding all three that despite their unusual circumstances, they were still children with permission to occasionally act their age. Later, as the Yule feast concluded and the gathering transitioned into more informal socializing, Harry found himself momentarily alone, watching the magical flames of the Yule log with quiet fascination. The fire seemed to contain shapes and patterns that shifted just beyond clear recognition, hints of stories or prophecies written in living flame. "They speak to you, don't they?" Fleur Delacour's voice interrupted his reverie. The elderly Veela settled beside Harry with surprising grace. "The old magics. They recognize something in you that responds to their call." Harry nodded, not entirely surprised that she had noticed his connection to the magical fire. "It feels like they're trying to tell me something, but I can't quite understand the language." "That will come with time and training," Cyril assured him. "Your magical sensitivity is exceptional, Harry. Far beyond what one would expect in a child with no formal education." "Is that because of what happened when I was a baby?" Harry asked hesitantly. "When Voldemort tried to kill me?" If Cyril was surprised by his use of the feared name, she didn't show it. "Perhaps partially. Surviving such powerful dark magic likely left its mark on your magical core. But I suspect there's more to it, something inherent in your nature that the recognition bonds merely acknowledged rather than created." Harry considered this thoughtfully. "Both Daphne and Fleur sensed it before they even met me. Something about my magic called to them." "Indeed." Cyril's ancient eyes studied him with penetrating intensity. "The dual recognition remains unprecedented in recorded history, yet it manifested with remarkable clarity for both girls. That suggests your magical signature contains harmonics that resonate across multiple Veela lineages, a phenomenon of considerable theoretical interest." "Is that why people are watching us?" "Because it's unusual." "Partially," Cyril acknowledged. "But magical theory alone wouldn't justify the level of interest you've attracted." "No, Harry, the surveillance concerns something more immediately practical, the potential power implications of your connections." "What power?" Harry asked, genuinely confused. "I can barely levitate a feather consistently." Cyril's smile held centuries of wisdom. "Not your current capabilities, child. Your future potential, and the question of who will influence its development." She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Veela recognition bonds accelerate magical maturation in profound ways. A wizard connected to Veela magic typically experiences enhanced power, heightened magical sensitivity, and certain resistances to external magical influence." "And with two bonds?" Harry pressed. "Unprecedented," Cyril repeated. "But potentially exponential rather than merely additive in effect." She straightened, her expression growing more serious. "Which is precisely why certain parties view these developments with alarm." "Dumbledore," Harry guessed. "Among others," Cyril confirmed. "Albus Dumbledore planned your upbringing with specific intentions, Harry. Your isolation in the Muggle world, your scheduled introduction to magic at 11, your anticipated path through Hogwarts, all carefully designed to shape your development in particular ways." "For what purpose?" Harry asked, a hint of resentment coloring his tone. "That remains unclear," Cyril admitted. "Dumbledore's long-term strategies are notoriously difficult to discern. He operates on time frames most wizards can scarcely comprehend, with information few others possess." "So what happens when I start Hogwarts? When he realizes how much I already know?" Cyril's expression softened slightly. "By then, you will be better prepared to navigate his expectations. The coming year is crucial for establishing foundations that cannot be easily dismantled." "More lessons with Daphne and Fleur?" "And others," Cyril confirmed. "We've arranged for specialized instruction during school holidays, tutors in subjects ranging from occlumency to magical theory, combat fundamentals to political history." Harry's eyes widened at the comprehensive program being arranged on his behalf. "All that before I even get my Hogwarts letter?" "The letter is merely a formality, Harry. Your place at Hogwarts has been secured since birth." Cyril's gaze drifted toward where Fleur and Daphne were engaged in conversation with their mothers. "But how you enter that hallowed institution, with what knowledge, what preparation, what allegiances, that remains within our power to influence." As Harry followed her gaze, watching the two girls who had irreversibly changed his life, he felt a curious certainty settle in his chest. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever complications arose from his unusual magical connections, the protection these bonds offered far outweighed their potential costs. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had people fighting for his interests, not for what he symbolized or what he might someday become, but for who he was right now. That knowledge, more than any magic or power or prophecy, gave him the strength to face whatever the future might hold. Chapter 3, Connection. Spring blossoms had given way to early summer greenery and little whinging by the time Harry Potter's 10th, and final, school year in the Muggle education system approached its end. On a perfect June afternoon, he sat cross-legged beneath the oak tree that had become his unofficial outdoor classroom, eyes closed in concentration as a small river stone hovered 6 inches above his palm. Excellent control, Daphne observed from where she sat opposite him, her own practice stone spinning slowly above her outstretched hand. Now try adding the rotation while maintaining elevation. Harry's brow furrowed slightly as he focused on adding the second magical instruction. The stone wobbled precariously for a moment before beginning a slow, unsteady spin. "I'm impressed," came a melodic French accent from beside them. "When I attempted that exercise at your age, my stone shot into a tree and nearly brained a garden gnome." Harry opened one eye to see Fleur settling gracefully onto the grass beside them, her arrival so quiet neither had noticed her approach. Unlike her usual polished appearance, today she wore practical Muggle clothing, jeans and a light sweater that helped her blend into the suburban environment. "Fleur." Harry's concentration broke, and the stone dropped into his palm. "I thought you weren't arriving until tomorrow." "Father's meetings finished early," she explained, smoothing her silvery blonde hair back from her face. "We came directly from the ministry." Her eyes moved to Daphne, who had maintained her stone's perfect rotation despite the surprise. "Your control is improving." "Practice," Daphne replied simply, though Harry detected the subtle pride beneath her modest response. After 9 months of coordinated training, both girls had developed something approaching genuine respect for each other's magical abilities. "How long are you staying this time?" Harry asked eagerly. 3 weeks, Fleur answered, her smile widening. "Until after your birthday." Both families thought it important to be present for your Hogwarts letter arrival. The mention of his upcoming 11th birthday sent a familiar flutter of excitement and anxiety through Harry's chest. July 31st would mark not just another year, but his official entry into the wizarding world, the moment when Hogwarts would formally acknowledge his existence and Albus Dumbledore could no longer pretend ignorance of Harry's accelerated magical education. "Have the arrangements been finalized?" Daphne asked, finally allowing her stone to drop gracefully into her palm. Fleur nodded. "Father secured an intercept protocol with someone in the improper use of magic office. They'll alert us when the Hogwarts letter is processed so we can manage its arrival before any additional enchantments can be attached." Harry had learned enough about wizarding politics to understand the subtext. Dumbledore, as Hogwarts headmaster, might attempt to add tracking or compulsion charms to Harry's letter, subtle magic designed to influence his response or monitor his activities. "And the Diagon Alley plans?" Daphne pressed. "Also confirmed. Sebastian has arranged a private shopping appointment through Gringotts. The goblins are remarkably accommodating when sufficient galleons are involved." Fleur's expression turned more serious. "But there have been developments we should discuss." Harry recognized her tone. "More surveillance." "Different surveillance," Fleur clarified. Grandmere detected magical signatures near Privet Drive that don't match previous ministry observation patterns. Daphne tensed visibly. "Death Eater remnants?" The term sent a chill down Harry's spine. Over the past year, his magical education had expanded to include detailed history of the Wizarding War, including uncomfortable truths about Voldemort's followers, many of whom had escaped justice and still held positions of influence. "Unclear," Fleur replied. "But concerning enough that both our fathers are meeting with Mr. Bode this evening." The mention of Broderick Bode surprised Harry. The Department of Mysteries employee had maintained sporadic contact since their library encounter, occasionally appearing to offer cryptic warnings or subtle guidance. His precise motivations remained unclear, though both the Greengrass and Delacour patriarchs had cautiously accepted him as a potential ally. "Does this change our summer training schedule?" Harry asked, glancing between the two girls. "It means we adapt," Daphne answered with characteristic pragmatism. "Different meeting locations, additional security protocols, perhaps accelerating certain aspects of your preparation." "Speaking of which," Fleur interjected, reaching into her shoulder bag, "I've brought something for today's lesson." She withdrew a small wooden box inlaid with mother-of-pearl. "From Grandmere's personal collection." Harry accepted the box carefully, feeling subtle magic emanating from within. Opening it revealed what appeared to be an ordinary silver thimble. A port key, Daphne identified immediately, eyebrows rising in surprise. "International grade, by the look of it. Those are strictly regulated. The Delacour family has certain exemptions, due to father's diplomatic status," Fleur explained with a hint of satisfaction. "This is calibrated to transport the wearer to a safe location known only to our families." "Emergency extraction," Daphne translated for Harry. "If you're in genuine danger, placing it on your finger while speaking the activation phrase will immediately remove you from the threat." Harry picked up the thimble, examining it with newfound appreciation. "What's the activation phrase?" "Sanctuary," Fleur supplied. "Simple enough to remember in crisis, uncommon enough not to be activated accidentally. The important part," Daphne added, "is learning to recognize when to use it. Emergency port keys are last resorts, not convenient escapes from uncomfortable situations." Harry nodded solemnly, understanding the distinction. After nearly a year of intensive magical training, he had developed considerably more nuanced judgment about when and how to employ various magical tools and techniques. "Today's lesson focuses on that very skill," Fleur continued, withdrawing a second object from her bag, a small leather-bound book. "Threat assessment and appropriate response selection. We'll create scenarios," Daphne explained, "and you'll determine whether each warrants emergency extraction, magical confrontation, evasion, or another approach." As the afternoon progressed, Harry's training session evolved into an elaborate tactical exercise, with Fleur and Daphne taking turns describing increasingly complex magical threats and Harry explaining his reasoning for each response. The girls occasionally disagreed on optimal approaches, Daphne typically favoring strategic evasion while Fleur often suggested more direct countermeasures, providing Harry with a range of perspectives to consider. "The most important factor," Daphne emphasized as they concluded, "is recognizing that your response should be proportional to the actual threat, not the perceived one. And that sometimes," Fleur added, "the greatest threat isn't the most obvious one. A seemingly friendly approach might mask malicious intent, while apparent hostility might simply be misunderstanding." Harry absorbed these lessons thoughtfully, struck by how far his magical education had progressed beyond simple spellwork. Between Daphne's strategic mind, Fleur's intuitive approach, and the combined resources of both families, he had received preparation for Hogwarts that few first-years could claim. "Will it be enough?" he asked suddenly, giving voice to a concern that had been growing as his 11th birthday approached. "All this preparation, will it really make a difference once I'm at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's direct supervision?" The girls exchanged one of their increasingly frequent looks of silent communication. "It already has made a difference," Daphne answered carefully. "A year ago, you knew nothing about your heritage or abilities. Now you have knowledge, control, and connections. And the recognition bonds provide protection beyond mere preparation," Fleur added. "The magic itself creates boundaries that even Dumbledore must respect." "Besides," Daphne continued with unusual optimism, "you won't be entirely alone at Hogwarts. I'll be there in your year, and Father has arranged for certain trusted older students to serve as additional resources. And my family will maintain regular communication," Fleur promised. "The enhanced mirrors work anywhere, even within Hogwarts wards." Harry nodded, somewhat reassured. I just worry about everything changing once the letter comes. Once it's all official. Change is inevitable, Daphne observed philosophically. But not all change is loss. Some is transformation. The conversation might have continued further, but a familiar warmth from Harry's pocket alerted him to an incoming communication. Withdrawing the enchanted device, he found Sebastian Greengrass's face reflected in its surface, his expression unusually grave. "Harry, are Daphne and Fleur with you?" he asked without preamble. "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed, angling the device so both girls could be seen. "Good. I need you all to proceed immediately to the secondary meeting location. Broderick has shared information that requires urgent discussion. Antoine and I will meet you there within the hour." The communication ended abruptly, leaving the three children staring at each other with mounting concern. "That's not like father," Daphne said quietly. "He never interrupts training sessions without significant cause." "And he used the emergency protocol phrase," Fleur noted. "Secondary meeting location," instead of naming it directly. Harry was already gathering their practice materials, instincts honed by months of security awareness. "The bookshop near the community center?" Daphne nodded confirmation. "We should take separate routes, standard interval spacing." As they prepared to depart, following the established security protocols that had become second nature, Harry couldn't shake a growing sense of foreboding. Whatever information Bode had shared had clearly alarmed both family patriarchs, men not easily rattled by ordinary concerns. Something had changed in the careful balance they'd maintained over the past year. And whatever it was, Harry suspected it would reshape the already complex path to his imminent Hogwarts introduction. The little whinging community bookshop occupied a modest storefront between a bakery and a shoe repair shop on the high street. Its unremarkable exterior concealed a surprisingly extensive collection of used and rare books, along with a small cafe area where customers could read their purchases over tea and scones. More importantly for Harry's current situation, the shop was owned by a distant Greengrass cousin, a squib who had chosen life in the Muggle world but maintained family connections. This made it one of several safe houses established within walking distance of Privet Drive, locations where magical conversations could occur under discreet protection charms. Harry arrived first, following the predetermined security protocol. He browsed the mythology section with feigned interest while performing the subtle magical scan Fleur had taught him, a passive detection technique that identified active magic nearby without triggering monitoring charms. Daphne entered 7 minutes later, proceeding directly to the cafe section without acknowledging Harry. Fleur followed 5 minutes after that, her natural Veela allure momentarily drawing attention before she dampened it with practice control, a skill she had refined considerably over the past year. When Harry was certain no surveillance had followed any of them, he made his way to the back corner of the cafe where a reserved sign marked a table partially concealed by bookshelves. Daphne and Fleur joined him moments later. "Clear?" Daphne asked quietly. Harry nodded. "No active detection charms or following spells that I could sense." "Agreed," Fleur confirmed. "Though there's residual magic on your jacket, Harry. Something faint but persistent." Harry frowned, examining his oversized denim jacket, another of Dudley's cast-offs. "I haven't noticed anything." "It's subtle," Fleur explained, running her fingers along the collar. "Not a tracking charm exactly. More like an identification marker." "Ministry standard," came a new voice as Broderick Bode slipped into the fourth chair at their table, seemingly materializing from nowhere despite Harry's vigilant observations. "Specifically, Aura Department passive identification tags. Perfectly legal and rather difficult to detect without specialized training." The three children stared at the unspeakable in surprise. "Mr. Bode," Harry recovered first. "I thought you were meeting with Mr. Greengrass and Mr. Delacour." "I am," Bode confirmed. "In approximately 20 minutes. I thought it prudent to speak with you three first, however." He withdrew his wand and cast a privacy charm around their table with casual expertise. "Particularly given recent developments." What developments? Daphne asked directly. Bode studied them with his penetrating gaze. Are you familiar with the name Quirinus Quirrell? The children exchanged blank looks. Should we be? Fleur inquired. Perhaps not yet, Bode acknowledged. Professor Quirrell has been traveling abroad for several years on extended sabbatical from Hogwarts. He's recently returned to Britain and will be taking up the defense against the dark arts position this September. In time for my first year, Harry noted. Is that significant? Possibly, Bode replied cryptically. Quirrell's travel itinerary these past 2 years has included several locations associated with dark magic research. More concerning, he's been asking questions about you, Mr. Potter. Very specific questions about your current whereabouts and magical education. Harry felt a chill run through him. Why would a Hogwarts professor be investigating me before I even receive my letter? An excellent question, Bode agreed. One made more concerning by the timing of his inquiries, which align suspiciously with certain other magical anomalies my department has been monitoring. Daphne's eyes narrowed. What kind of anomalies? The classified kind, Bode replied with a thin smile. Suffice it to say, there are indications that parties with significant interest in Mr. Potter's magical development may be positioning assets in advance of his Hogwarts arrival. Assets? Fleur repeated sharply. You mean people? People, objects, contingencies. Bode's expression grew more serious. The wizarding world has been in a state of fragile equilibrium since the fall of you-know-who. Your emergence as an active magical participant rather than a sequestered symbol threatens that equilibrium, Mr. Potter. Harry processed this ominous assessment, his mind connecting various warnings and precautions that had shaped the past year of preparation. You think someone's planning to interfere with me at Hogwarts? I think, Bode said carefully, that your accelerated magical education and unusual bonds have altered calculations made by multiple interested parties. Adaptations are being made to long-standing plans. Some of those adaptations may present genuine danger. Which is why you're warning us now, Daphne concluded. Before Harry's letter arrives and everything becomes official. Bode inclined his head in acknowledgement. The period between now and September 1st represents your final opportunity to prepare without direct oversight. Use it wisely. He checked a peculiar pocket watch with multiple hands. Your fathers will be arriving momentarily. I've shared certain information with them that cannot be discussed more broadly, but you three should know this. The protective measures established through your recognition bonds provide significant shielding against certain forms of magical influence, but not all. What specific threats should we be concerned about? Fleur pressed. Mental manipulation, Bode answered directly. Compulsion charms, memory modifications, even direct legilimency. The Hogwarts environment permits certain intrusions. That would be considered legally problematic elsewhere. Harry's stomach tightened. Despite months of preparation in basic occlumency techniques, his mental defenses remained rudimentary compared to the capabilities Bode was describing. There are countermeasures we haven't yet explored, Daphne said thoughtfully. Family protections that could be implemented before Harry's departure for school. Ancient magic, Fleur agreed, her eyes lighting with understanding. Grandmere mentioned possibilities that would be activated only if necessary. Bode nodded approvingly. Consider all options. And remember that while Hogwarts presents certain vulnerabilities, it also offers protection through its very structure. The school's ancient magic responds to genuine need, for those who know how to access it. Before Harry could ask for clarification of this cryptic statement, the bookshop's door chimed as Sebastian Greengrass and Antoine Delacour entered together, both dressed in impeccable Muggle business attire that nevertheless marked them as somehow not quite belonging in the modest surroundings. Bode stood smoothly. And that's my cue. I believe your fathers will explain the immediate adjustments to your summer arrangements. He fixed Harry with a penetrating look. Remember what I said about Professor Quirrell, Mr. Potter. First impressions aren't always accurate indicators of true intent. With that enigmatic warning, Bode cancelled the privacy charm and slipped away through the bookshelves, somehow avoiding direct contact with the approaching fathers despite the limited space. Typical, Antoine muttered as he reached the table. Broderick always preferred dramatic exits to proper goodbyes. Did he share his concerns? Sebastian asked, taking Bode's vacated seat. Some of them, Harry confirmed. About Professor Quirrell and potential threats at Hogwarts. Sebastian and Antoine exchanged significant looks before Sebastian addressed the children directly. Based on information Mr. Bode has provided, we're implementing immediate changes to our summer plans. Most significantly, Harry will not be returning to Privet Drive until after his Hogwarts letter has been secured. The announcement stunned Harry. But, the Blood Wards. You've always said they provide essential protection. They do, Antoine acknowledged. However, the current threat assessment suggests greater risk in your continued presence there than in a controlled relocation. The Auror identification tag on your clothing confirms our concerns about increased ministry surveillance. Where will I go? Harry asked, mind racing through implications. The Delacour hunting lodge in Scotland, Sebastian answered. It's under Fidelius charm protection, with magical defenses that far exceed anything at Privet Drive, short of the Blood Wards themselves. Both families will rotate presence there, Antoine added. Ensuring continuous supervision and protection while maintaining the appearance of normal summer activities to outside observers. Fleur leaned forward eagerly. When do we leave? Tonight, Sebastian stated firmly. We've already arranged for Harry's essential belongings to be collected by house elf retrieval. The Dursleys will be informed that Harry's cultural exchange program has offered an extended summer placement. Won't Dumbledore notice I'm gone? Harry asked anxiously. If the Blood Wards are monitoring my presence. They monitor your safety and well-being, not your precise location, Antoine explained. As long as you acknowledge Privet Drive as your home and return there periodically, the protections remain active. We've consulted extensively with curse-breaking experts to confirm this. Besides, Sebastian added with the hint of a smile, Dumbledore is currently attending the International Confederation of Wizards Summer Conference in Brazil. By the time he returns and potentially notices any anomalies, your Hogwarts letter will already be processed. The comprehensive planning reassured Harry somewhat, though questions still tumbled through his mind. How will this affect our training schedule? It accelerates it, Sebastian answered directly. The hunting lodge provides a magically isolated environment where you can practice more advanced techniques without triggering ministry detection systems. We're bringing in specialized instructors for intensive sessions covering essential skills before your Hogwarts arrival. Including occlumency masters, Antoine added, confirming they'd overheard at least part of Bode's warning. Mental defense must be prioritized given the concerns Broderick has raised. As the adults outlined the revised summer plans, Harry felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. The sudden escalation of security measures underscored the seriousness of the threats Bode had warned about, yet the prospect of weeks of uninterrupted magical training in a proper wizarding environment excited him. Most significantly, the plan would bring both Daphne and Fleur together for an extended period, something that had occurred only during brief holiday gatherings since their initial meeting. Despite their improved cooperation, the two girls still maintained a careful distance that Harry suspected related to their shared Veela heritage and the unprecedented nature of their dual bonds. We should depart separately, Sebastian concluded, checking his watch. Fleur, you'll accompany your father back to your London accommodations to collect necessities. Daphne and I will escort Harry to the primary transportation point. We'll reconvene at the lodge by nightfall. As they prepared to implement this plan, Harry caught Daphne and Fleur exchanging one of their increasingly frequent looks of silent communication, this one containing something beyond their usual cautious coordination. A shared determination had replaced their earlier wariness, as though Bode's warnings had crystallized a joint purpose that transcended their natural rivalry. Whatever threats awaited at Hogwarts, Harry realized, he would face them with not one but two formidable witches firmly in his corner, a realization that provided more comfort than any security protocol or magical protection. The Delacour hunting lodge defied Harry's expectations entirely. Rather than the rustic cabin he had imagined, he found himself approaching a 3-story stone manor house nestled against a backdrop of pine forest and Scottish mountains. Though smaller than Everworth Manor, the lodge possessed a sturdy elegance that spoke of centuries of magical refinement. The term lodge is somewhat misleading in translation, Sebastian explained as they approached on foot, having arrived by Portkey in a clearing half a mile away. In French magical terminology, it refers to a family's secondary residence rather than indicating a particular architectural style. "It's brilliant," Harry said, taking in the scene with appreciation. Twilight was settling over the highlands, casting long shadows across the extensive grounds and giving the manor an almost ethereal quality as lights began to glow in its windows. The primary structure dates to the 1600s, Daphne supplied, clearly having studied its history. Though the East Wing was added in the early 19th century during the Napoleonic Wars when several French magical families sought refuge in Scotland. As they reached the imposing front door carved with intricate magical creatures, it swung open to reveal Fleur Delacour waiting to greet them. Despite her advanced age, the Veela matriarch stood straight-backed and regal, her silver hair arranged in its customary elegant style. "Welcome to Château Duchasse," she said warmly, her accent more pronounced than usual. "The wards have accepted you without reservation." A good sign. Harry stepped across the threshold, immediately sensing the powerful magic saturating the building, layers upon layers of protective enchantments woven together over centuries. Unlike the sometimes oppressive feeling of heavy warding, these protections felt welcoming, almost like returning to a place he'd known before. "The lodge recognizes your magical signature through the recognition bond," Cyril explained, noticing his reaction. "Veela family magic incorporates such connections into its protective matrices." The interior of the lodge matched its exterior's elegant strength. Polished wooden floors and paneled walls created a warm atmosphere, while enchanted tapestries depicting magical creatures and landscapes adorned the main hall. A grand staircase curved upward to the upper floors, its banister carved from a single massive piece of wood that seemed to flow like liquid despite its solid nature. "Fleur and Antoine are already here," Cyril informed them, leading the way toward what appeared to be a comfortable sitting room. They arrived by international Fleur connection through the French ministry network. The sitting room revealed a cozy gathering space centered around a massive stone fireplace. Comfortable chairs and sofas were arranged for conversation, while tall windows offered spectacular views of the surrounding highlands. Fleur and her father stood examining a large map spread across a table, looking up as the newcomers entered. "Harry," Fleur greeted with evident relief. "The journey was successful." "Perfectly smooth," Sebastian confirmed. "No indication of surveillance or tracking." Antoine nodded satisfaction. "Excellent. We've just been reviewing the property boundaries and security protocols." He gestured to the map, which Harry now realized showed the lodge and surrounding lands in extraordinary detail, with glowing lines indicating what appeared to be ward boundaries. "The outer perimeter encompasses approximately 400 acres, Antoine explained. "All under extension charms and notice-me-not enchantments that render the property unplottable to Muggle navigation systems. The inner wards create a completely secure zone of about 40 acres around the main buildings. Within that zone," Cyril continued, "unrestricted magic can be performed without triggering ministry detection. An advantage of properties established before the trace was implemented in its current form." Harry's eyes widened at the implications. "So I can practice freely? Without worry about the trace?" "Within the designated areas, yes," Sebastian confirmed. "Which is why this location provides ideal conditions for accelerated preparation. Your remaining weeks before Hogwarts can be used for intensive practical training rather than merely theoretical instruction." As the adults continued outlining security measures and training schedules, Harry found himself drawn to one of the large windows. The Scottish twilight was deepening into true darkness, stars beginning to appear in the clear Highland sky. After months of clandestine lessons in public parks and library corners, the prospect of unrestricted magical practice in this magnificent setting seemed almost too good to be true. It feels different, doesn't it? Daphne said quietly, joining him at the window. Being in a place where magic is the normal state, not the exception. Harry nodded. Like I can finally breathe properly. This is what wizarding homes should feel like, Fleur added, completing their small circle. Magic integrated naturally into living spaces, not hidden away or compartmentalized. Is Beauxbatons like this? Harry asked, curious about the French magical school Fleur would eventually attend. Similar in some ways, Fleur replied. Though school magic has a different quality, more structured, less organic. Family magic like this. She gestured around them. It carries centuries of intention and personality. Harry absorbed this perspective thoughtfully. Despite nearly a year of intensive magical education, he still encountered concepts and nuances that revealed how much he had yet to learn about the wizarding world. The distinction between institutional magic and family magic represented yet another layer of understanding he would need to develop. Your rooms have been prepared in the East Wing, Cyril announced, interrupting their contemplation. Dinner will be served in 1 hour, after which we'll outline tomorrow's training schedule. She fixed Harry with her penetrating gaze. Rest well tonight, Harry. Beginning tomorrow, your preparation intensifies considerably. Cyril's warning proved entirely accurate. The following morning began what Harry would later recall as the most challenging and rewarding magical education he could have imagined. With ministry detection concerns eliminated by the lodge's ancient wards, his training expanded from careful theoretical work and minimal practical application to comprehensive magical instruction across multiple disciplines. Each day followed a structured but intensive schedule. Mornings began with physical conditioning, running along the forest paths, basic combat stances, and reflex drills designed to prepare his body for the demands of channeled magic. Sebastian Greengrass, surprisingly athletic beneath his diplomatic exterior, supervised these sessions personally. Magical endurance builds on physical foundation, he explained during their third morning run. Particularly for combat applications and sustained spellcasting. Most wizards neglect this aspect of their training, relying solely on magical capacity without developing the physical stamina to support it. Mid-mornings transitioned to practical wand work, using training wands that approximated the function of proper magical focuses without the ministry registration requirements. Under Fleur Delacour's exacting guidance, Harry practiced fundamental spells with an emphasis on precision and efficiency rather than raw power. Control before strength, Cyril repeated daily, correcting the slightest flaws in his wand movement or pronunciation. A precisely cast minor charm will outperform a sloppily executed powerful one every time. Afternoons brought specialized instruction from rotating tutors brought in through carefully secured magical transport. An austere witch with a Romanian accent taught basic occlumency techniques, building on the foundation Harry had already established. A cheerful, round-faced wizard specialized in magical detection and counter-surveillance. A goblin representative, arranged through considerable diplomatic effort and expense, provided foundational understanding of magical finance and inheritance law. Most evenings concluded with what Sebastian called scenario training, practical application of the day's lessons in simulated challenging situations. These sessions invariably involved both Daphne and Fleur, testing not just Harry's individual abilities but their capacity for coordinated magical response. In real confrontations, individual skill matters less than coordinated action, Antoine explained during one particularly demanding scenario involving animated practice dummies. The recognition bonds provide natural magical synchronization that most wizarding teams spend years developing. You three must learn to leverage that advantage. 2 weeks into this intensive program, Harry found himself in the lodge's extensive dueling room, facing a practice opponent conjured by Cyril, a semi-transparent figure that moved with uncanny speed and precision. Daphne and Fleur flanked him in triangular formation, their training wands at ready position. Begin, Cyril commanded from the observation platform. The conjured opponent moved immediately, sending 3 rapid stunning spells toward them in quick succession. Harry deflected the first with a shield charm while Daphne and Fleur split in opposite directions, creating a divided target that forced the opponent to choose its focus. As they had practiced numerous times, Harry maintained a central defensive position while the girls executed complementary offensive maneuvers. Daphne's precisely aimed impediment jinx forced the opponent to dodge directly into the path of Fleur's more powerful knockback spell, momentarily disrupting its balance. Harry seized the opening, casting the disarming charm they had practiced extensively. Expelliarmus. The spell struck true, causing the opponent's conjured wand to fly from its grasp, but instead of yielding as expected, the figure dropped into a low stance and extended both hands, unleashing wandless magic that sent all three children scrambling for cover. Adaptation. Cyril called from above. Opponents don't always follow expected patterns. Harry rolled behind a conjured barrier, mind racing through tactical options. This was a new wrinkle in their training scenarios. Previous opponents had always yielded when disarmed. Through their strengthened bonds, he could sense both girls reassessing as well, their magical signatures pulsing with controlled tension. Without verbal coordination, a plan formed through their connection. Daphne created a complex illusion spell, multiple false targets appearing around the room, confusing the opponent's targeting. Fleur simultaneously cast a contained Veela fire charm, creating a circle of harmless but visually intimidating blue-white flames that further disoriented their adversary. Harry waited for the precise moment when the opponent's attention divided between these threats, then executed a perfect bodybind curse, not at the opponent directly, but at the floor beneath its feet. The stone floor temporarily softened and reformed around the figure's lower legs, immobilizing it just long enough for all three children to cast simultaneous stunning spells from different angles. The conjured opponent froze, then dissolved into golden particles that drifted to the floor like dust motes in sunlight. Excellent adaptation, Cyril approved, descending from the platform. Particularly the coordinated response without verbal communication. You're developing battle instincts that many adult wizards never achieve. Harry caught his breath, exchanging satisfied glances with both girls. Over the past 2 weeks, their magical coordination had improved dramatically, moving from careful verbal planning to increasingly intuitive joint action. The recognition bond seemed to facilitate this development, creating a magical awareness that allowed them to sense each other's intentions without explicit communication. The floor transfiguration was inspired, Daphne noted, her usual reserve softening into genuine approval. Indirect approach rather than direct confrontation. And your illusion work is improving, Fleur added. The duplicates maintained consistency even under magical disruption. Harry accepted their praise with a mixture of pride and humility. It's easier when we work together. The magic flows more naturally somehow. Cyril studied them with her ancient, knowing eyes. That is the true gift of the recognition bonds, beyond any individual enhancement. Magical harmony that transcends ordinary cooperation. She gestured toward the manor's great hall. Come. There are matters to discuss before dinner. As they followed Cyril through the lodge's stone corridors, Harry reflected on how dramatically his magical capabilities had expanded in just 2 short weeks. Spells that had seemed impossibly complex during their clandestine park lessons now came almost naturally. His magical control had refined to the point where accidental discharges had become rare, even under stress. More significantly, his connection with both Daphne and Fleur had deepened beyond their original careful boundaries. The 3 children had developed a functional trust through shared challenges and coordinated magical work that transcended their initial uncertainties. While not without occasional tension, particularly when their different approaches to magic clashed, they had found a balanced dynamic that leveraged their complementary strengths. In the Great Hall, they found Sebastian, Antoine, and Isla Greengrass gathered around a massive oak table, examining what appeared to be official documents. Maps, scrolls, and what Harry recognized as ministry letterhead were spread across the polished surface. Ah, perfect timing, Sebastian greeted, looking up from their work. We've just received confirmation from our contact in the Hogwarts administrative office. Your letter will be processed tomorrow morning. Harry's heart leapt. Tomorrow? Already? They're beginning with surnames in the second half of the alphabet this year, Antoine explained. A procedural change implemented by Deputy Headmistress McGonagall for more efficient distribution. More importantly, Isla interjected, our ministry source confirms that Dumbledore returned from Brazil this morning, earlier than scheduled. He's been in closed meetings at Hogwarts all day. Has he noticed I'm not at Privet Drive? Harry asked anxiously. Sebastian shook his head. No indication of that yet. The modified blood ward anchors we placed appear to be functioning as designed, maintaining the appearance of continuous residence. Nevertheless, Cyril said firmly, we must accelerate our timetable. The letter interception must proceed tomorrow, followed immediately by the Gringotts appointment and secured shopping excursion. Is that why you've increased our combat training? Fleur asked shrewdly. You anticipated this acceleration. Antoine nodded approvingly at his daughter's perception. We've prepared for multiple contingencies. The timing of Dumbledore's early return suggests he may have received information prompting his change in plans. Possibly related to Quirrell, Sebastian added, exchanging significant looks with the other adults. Our sources indicate he arrived at the castle yesterday to begin preparation for the coming term. The mention of Quirrell reminded Harry of Bode's cryptic warning. Has Mr. Bode provided any more specific information about Professor Quirrell's intentions? Nothing concrete, Sebastian admitted. Only that his travels took him to several locations associated with dark magic research, particularly in Albania. Albania? Daphne repeated, her eyes widening slightly. That's where the last confirmed sightings of, she stopped abruptly, glancing at Harry. Voldemort, Harry finished for her, using the name both families had encouraged him not to fear. The last reports of his spectral form were in Albanian forests. A tense silence followed this observation, the adults clearly surprised by Harry's knowledge. We've discussed the possibility of Voldemort's continued existence, Fleur explained, meeting her grandmother's questioning gaze directly. Harry deserves complete information about potential threats, not sanitized half-truths. Indeed, Cyril agreed after a moment, something like pride flickering in her expression. Though certain details remain inappropriate for current discussion. Sebastian redirected the conversation smoothly. The key point is that tomorrow represents a critical juncture. Once the Hogwarts letter is officially processed, Harry's status transitions from theoretical future student to confirmed incoming first year. Certain protections activate automatically, while others become available through formal acceptance. Which is why we must secure the letter before any additional enchantments can be attached, Antoine continued. The base Hogwarts invitation carries only standard magical notifications, nothing that would compromise Harry's security or autonomy. The letter will be intercepted at the Ministry Processing Office, Isla explained for Harry's benefit. A duplicate will be created for official records, while the original will be delivered here via secure magical courier. You'll formally accept and respond from the lodge, establishing the magical connection to Hogwarts under controlled conditions. Harry absorbed these explanations thoughtfully. And after that? Do I return to Privet Drive until September? The adults exchanged measuring looks before Sebastian answered. That decision remains under discussion. There are valid security arguments for both approaches. What's important now, Cyril concluded, is completing your preparation for tomorrow's events. After dinner, we'll conduct a final review of Gringotts protocols and secure shopping procedures. Your first official appearance in Wizarding Britain must proceed flawlessly. As the discussion turned to specific logistical details, Harry caught Daphne and Fleur watching him with identical expressions of protective determination. Whatever came next, whether facing the complexities of Gringotts, navigating Diagon Alley's public exposure, or eventually entering Hogwarts itself, he would not face it alone. The recognition of that support settled something within him, a certainty that transcended the anxiety of impending change. Harry Potter was no longer the unwanted boy in the cupboard, ignorant of his heritage and potential. He had become something altogether different, a young wizard with knowledge, preparation, and most importantly, connections that magic itself had recognized and affirmed. The following morning dawned clear and crisp over the Scottish Highlands, the July sun casting long shadows across the lodge's extensive grounds as Harry completed his usual pre-breakfast run. The exercise had become an essential part of his daily routine, not merely physical conditioning but an opportunity to clear his mind and prepare for the day's magical challenges. Today, however, his thoughts refused to settle into their usual meditative rhythm. In just a few hours, his Hogwarts letter would arrive, the official confirmation of his place in the wizarding world that should have been his birthright. After that, events would accelerate rapidly: his first visit to Gringotts to claim formal knowledge of his inheritance, his first public appearance in magical Britain, his first proper wand. So much to process in a single day, with implications that would shape his entire future. "Your pace is off," observed Fleur, who had taken to joining his morning runs despite not sharing Sebastian's emphasis on physical training. She matched his stride easily, her silvery blonde hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. 3 seconds slower per quarter mile than yesterday. "Just thinking," Harry replied, adjusting his cadence to match hers as they followed the forest path back toward the lodge. "About the letter?" Fleur guessed. Harry nodded. "And everything after. It all becomes real today, doesn't it? No more theoretical preparation or hypothetical scenarios." Fleur considered this as they crested a small rise overlooking the manor house. "I don't think that's quite right," she said finally. "It's been real since the day we met in that Muggle library. Today merely adds official acknowledgement to what magic has already recognized." The perspective shift helped settle Harry's tumultuous thoughts. Fleur was right, his entry into the magical world hadn't begun with a Hogwarts letter. It had started the moment Daphne Greengrass appeared at the Dursley's garden gate, continued through Fleur's recognition in the library, and developed through countless lessons, conversations, and shared experiences since. The letter was a formality. Important, certainly, but not the true beginning of his journey. "Thank you," he said simply. "That helps." Fleur smiled, her expression softening in the morning light. "That's what friends are for, yes. To provide perspective when needed." The casual use of "friends" struck Harry powerfully. Despite the complex magical connections between them, the simple human relationship of friendship remained equally significant, perhaps even more so because it had been earned through shared experiences rather than mandated by magical bonds. As they approached the lodge, they found Daphne waiting on the stone terrace, her expression betraying unusual tension despite her characteristically composed posture. The courier arrived early, she informed them without preamble. "Your letter is here." Harry's heart jumped. "Already? I thought the interception was scheduled for mid-morning." The processing schedule accelerated, Daphne explained, leading them inside. "Father believes someone at the ministry may have alerted Dumbledore to the unusual routing request. Our contact had to move quickly before questions could be raised." The great hall had transformed into something resembling a formal receiving room. Sebastian and Antoine stood conversing quietly near the massive fireplace, while Cyril and Isla arranged what appeared to be ritual implements on the ancient oak table. House elves from both families moved efficiently around the periphery, preparing refreshments and adjusting magical lighting. "Ah, Harry," Sebastian greeted, looking up from his conversation. "Perfect timing." The letter arrived intact, without any unauthorized additions or tracking charms. "We verified its authenticity and magical composition," Antoine added. "It contains only the standard Hogwarts acceptance enchantments, nothing that would compromise your security or autonomy." Harry approached the table where an ordinary-looking parchment envelope lay at the center of an intricate pattern drawn in what appeared to be silver dust. His name and the lodge's location were written in emerald green ink: Mr. H. Potter, the Blue Bedroom, East Wing, Chateau du Chas, Scottish Highlands. The Hogwarts quill records the exact location of incoming students, Isla explained, noting Harry's surprise at the specific address. "An ancient magic that cannot be deceived by concealment charms or even Fidelius protection. Fortunately, the administrative office processes this information rather than Dumbledore directly." "What happens now?" Harry asked, eyeing the ritual preparations with curiosity. The formal acceptance, Cyril replied, gesturing him toward a specific position at the table. A magical acknowledgement that establishes your status as an incoming student while maintaining certain protective boundaries. Daphne and Fleur moved to stand on either side of him, another symbolic positioning that Harry now recognized as deliberate reinforcement of their triangular magical connection. The ritual is simple but significant, Sebastian explained. You'll open the letter, read its contents aloud to establish verbal recognition, then sign the acceptance with this. He indicated an elegant quill resting in a silver holder. The quill has been enhanced with protective enchantments, Antoine added. It will infuse your signature with intent-based wards that prevent certain forms of magical tracking or compulsion through the Hogwarts registration system. Harry nodded understanding, then reached for the envelope with steady hands. Breaking the purple wax seal bearing the Hogwarts crest, he withdrew 2 pieces of parchment and read the first aloud: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. As he finished reading, the silver dust surrounding the letter glowed briefly, acknowledging the magical activation of his formal identification by the Hogwarts system. Excellent, Cyril murmured. Now the response. Sebastian provided a piece of parchment already prepared with a formal acceptance letter. Harry signed it with the enchanted quill, feeling a curious warmth flow from his fingers through the nib as the signature formed on the page. I feel something, he reported. Like the magic is recognizing me specifically. It is, Isla confirmed. The Hogwarts registration system is identifying your magical signature for ward accommodation and house sorting preparations. The protective elements we've incorporated ensure that identification remains appropriately limited. Once the acceptance was complete, Antoine sealed it in an envelope bearing the combined Greengrass Delacour crest, a diplomatic courtesy that subtly established Harry's connection to both families without making specific claims. This will be delivered via International Owl Post, he explained. Routed through our Paris office to obscure its origin point. It will reach Hogwarts by tomorrow morning, well within the response deadline. And now, Sebastian said, his tone lightening slightly, we prepare for your first official visit to Wizarding Britain. Gringotts at 11, followed by secured shopping for your school supplies. The preparations that followed reminded Harry of military operations he'd glimpsed in films, precise coordination, redundant security measures, and contingency planning for various scenarios. Both families had clearly invested considerable thought and resources into ensuring his first public appearance as Harry Potter proceeded without unwanted interference. You'll be accompanied by both Sebastian and myself, Antoine explained as they reviewed the final arrangements. Isla will provide additional security at a distance, while Cyril monitors the magical signatures in the area for any concerning patterns. What about Daphne and Fleur? Harry asked. Will they come too? I will, Daphne confirmed. As a pure-blood daughter accompanying her father on business, my presence won't attract undue attention. I cannot, Fleur said regretfully. A quarter Veela of my age would be instantly recognizable in Diagon Alley. Better to maintain the Delacour connection discreetly for now. Harry nodded understanding, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. Having both girls present for his first proper introduction to the wizarding world would have been fitting, given their roles in bringing him to this point. As if sensing his thoughts, Fleur added, I'll be connected through the enhanced communication mirror the entire time. Any significant developments, and I can join you through emergency port key if necessary. The morning passed in final preparations, appropriate clothing selected, communication protocols established, security briefings reviewed. By 10:30, Harry found himself dressed in formal wizarding robes of deep blue with subtle silver accents, standing before a full-length mirror as Sebastian made final adjustments to his appearance. The scar should remain visible, Sebastian decided after some consideration. Attempting to conceal it would only draw more attention if discovered. Better to present the expected image while controlling the surrounding circumstances. Harry studied his reflection thoughtfully. The well-tailored robes, the neatly trimmed hair, though still untamable in characteristic Potter fashion, the confident posture developed through months of training, all created an image far removed from the neglected boy in oversized cast-offs who had first met Daphne Greengrass nearly a year ago. "Ready?" Daphne asked, appearing beside him in complimentary formal robes of lighter blue. Her blonde hair was arranged in the slightly more elaborate style she adopted for public wizarding appearances, a subtle indicator of her family's traditional standing. Harry nodded, feeling a curious calm settle over his earlier nervousness. "Ready." The international port key activated precisely at 10:45, transporting Harry, Daphne, Sebastian, and Antoine directly to a private arrival chamber within Gringotts. The sensation of magical transportation, a pulling sensation behind the navel followed by disorienting compression, was unpleasant but brief. As Harry regained his equilibrium, he took in his first glimpse of the Wizarding Bank. The private chamber was surprisingly austere, white marble walls with minimal decoration beyond the Gringotts crest emblazoned on one wall. A single goblin attendant awaited them, dressed in what Harry recognized from his lessons as the formal attire of a senior account manager. "Herr Potter," the goblin acknowledged with a precise bow that conveyed professional respect without subservience. "I am Gornick, manager of the Potter family accounts. Gringotts welcomes you to your inheritance introduction." "Thank you for your welcome, account manager Gornick," Harry replied, using the formal address Sebastian had drilled into him. "May your gold flow and your enemies fall before you." The traditional greeting earned a brief expression of approval from the goblin. "You have been well prepared. Please follow me to the inheritance chamber. Time is precious to us both." As they proceeded through Gringotts' restricted corridors, avoiding the main hall where Harry's appearance would certainly attract attention, Sebastian provided quiet context for the coming meeting. "This is an abbreviated inheritance review," he explained in low tones. "Designed to establish formal recognition of your status as Potter heir without activating full access to the family vaults, which remains restricted until you reach magical majority at 17. The primary purpose," Antoine added from Harry's other side, "is to verify your magical identity within Gringotts' independent system, separate from Ministry or Hogwarts records. This creates an additional layer of security and autonomy. And provides certain protections against magical interference," Daphne contributed, walking just behind them. "Goblin recognition magic operates under different principles than wizard law." The inheritance chamber proved to be a circular room dominated by a stone table inscribed with runes and goblin script. 7 ornate chairs surrounded it, though only 4 were occupied, by another senior goblin official, a goblin scribe, and what appeared to be 2 goblin guards positioned near the single entrance. "Inheritance verification is straightforward for recognized bloodlines," Gornick stated, directing Harry to a specific position at the table. "A drop of blood freely given confirms identity and activates appropriate access levels." What followed was a surprisingly efficient process that combined goblin magic with ancient family recognition enchantments. Harry provided the required blood sample, which when applied to a specialized parchment produced an elaborate family tree stretching back several generations, with the Potter line illuminated in gold. "Identity confirmed," Gornick announced formally. "Harry James Potter, son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter, is hereby recognized as rightful heir to the ancient House of Potter, with provisional access to Trust Vault 687 and information rights regarding Family Vault 513. The declaration carried magical weight, causing the runes on the table to glow briefly before settling into a steady golden illumination. Harry felt something shift within his magical core, a subtle but definite connection establishing itself with the Potter family magic. "The inheritance connection has been established," Gornick continued. "Gringotts acknowledges your status and extends appropriate banking privileges. Do you wish to review your current financial standing?" At Sebastian's slight nod, Harry replied, "Yes, I would appreciate a summary of my available resources." What followed was a detailed accounting that surprised Harry with its comprehensiveness. The Potter Trust Vault, established specifically for his education and maintenance until majority, contained a substantial sum that would easily cover his Hogwarts expenses and personal needs for all 7 years. The family vault, while not accessible for withdrawals until he reached 17, contained not just additional gold but family heirlooms, magical artifacts, and an extensive collection of journals and books recording Potter family history and magical knowledge. Your parents also established a separate educational investment account, Gornick noted, reviewing a specific parchment. Designed to grow alongside the Trust Vault and provide resources for advanced magical training after Hogwarts, should you pursue mastery in any discipline. Harry absorbed this information with growing appreciation for his parents' foresight. Even in the midst of war, with their lives under threat, James and Lily Potter had made careful provisions for their son's future, not just financial security but educational opportunities and access to family heritage. There is one additional matter, Gornick said, his tone shifting slightly. Regarding magical guardianship. The adults tensed visibly at this transition. Magical guardianship represented one of the most complex aspects of Harry's situation, the area where Dumbledore's authority most directly intersected with the family's protective arrangements. As you may be aware, Gornick continued, Albus Dumbledore was appointed your magical guardian following your parents' deaths, superseding the designated guardian named in their will due to that individual's legal complications. Harry nodded, having been briefed on this aspect of his history. Sirius Black, his godfather and intended guardian, had been imprisoned without trial following Voldemort's defeat, a political expedient that both Sebastian and Antoine had privately described as legally questionable but practically irreversible under current ministry leadership. What you may not know, Gornick said, his sharp eyes fixed on Harry, is that magical guardianship can be modified under certain ancient provisions recognized by Gringotts, though not necessarily by the ministry. Sebastian leaned forward slightly. What provisions are you referring to, account manager? The recognition bonds, Gornick stated directly. Our records indicate formal acknowledgement of dual Veela recognition bonds connecting Heir Potter to both the Greengrass and Delacour bloodlines. Under the Magical Creature Accord of 1619, such bonds create limited guardianship claims that cannot be entirely superseded by ministry appointment. Antoine's diplomatic expression revealed nothing of the surprise Harry suspected he felt. And how would Gringotts interpret those claims in practical terms? Gringotts recognizes a shared guardianship arrangement, Gornick replied carefully. Dumbledore retains primary educational oversight as Hogwarts headmaster, but financial and personal welfare decisions require consultation with the recognized bond families. The implications were significant. While not removing Dumbledore's authority entirely, this goblin recognition created legal space for the Greengrass and Delacour families to maintain their protective involvement in Harry's life even after he entered Hogwarts. Is formal documentation available for this interpretation? Sebastian asked, his tone revealing nothing of the potential victory this represented. Gornick produced a sealed parchment from a folder. This certification confirms Gringotts' recognition of the shared guardianship arrangement. It carries weight with certain magical institutions, though its ministry acceptance remains situational. As the inheritance meeting concluded, Harry found his mind racing with implications. The goblin recognition provided unexpected reinforcement for the protective framework both families had carefully constructed around him, another layer of security against potential manipulation or control. More personally, it represented official acknowledgement of the bonds that had transformed his life over the past year. Not just magical connections, but the human relationships that had developed alongside them, relationships that had given him, for the first time, something resembling a proper family. The remainder of their Gringotts business proceeded efficiently. Harry received a formal withdrawal from his trust vault, converted partly to wizarding currency for his school purchases and partly to special Gringotts drafts that could be used in the Muggle world if necessary. He also received a Potter heir ring, a simple gold band bearing the family crest that would identify him to certain magical systems and provide basic protective enchantments. The ring is not publicly worn until formal society introduction, Sebastian explained as Harry placed it on his right hand. But its magic works regardless, and it can be revealed when diplomatic advantage requires. From Gringotts, they proceeded to their shopping expedition through a private exit that connected directly to a secluded section of Diagon Alley. Here, Isla Greengrass joined them, having secured their initial shopping locations and confirmed the absence of obvious surveillance. Ollivanders first, Sebastian decided after brief consultation with Antoine. One selection represents the most significant magical moment and should occur while your energy is freshest. Harry's first proper view of Diagon Alley came as they emerged from the narrow side street into the main thoroughfare, a winding, cobblestone street lined with an eclectic collection of shops displaying everything from cauldrons to owls, magical books to broomsticks. Despite having seen wizarding photographs and illustrations during his studies, the vibrant reality of Britain's premier magical shopping district exceeded his expectations entirely. Witches and wizards in colorful robes moved purposefully between shops, some leading children who were clearly fellow incoming Hogwarts students. Magical advertisements shifted and changed on storefront displays, while enchanted merchandise demonstrated its functions to passing customers. The air itself seemed charged with magic, a tangible energy that resonated with Harry's developing magical sensitivity. "Stay close," Sebastian murmured as they navigated the busy street. "Your appearance will likely attract attention once recognized." Indeed, they had traveled barely 50 yards when the first double-takes began, shoppers glancing at Harry, then looking again with widening eyes as they registered the distinctive scar partially visible beneath his carefully arranged fringe. "It's Harry Potter," someone whispered loudly enough to be heard, triggering a ripple effect of recognition that spread outward through the crowd. Sebastian and Antoine moved with practiced coordination, maintaining positions on either side of Harry while Isla and Daphne completed their protective formation. Without appearing rushed or concerned, they continued toward Ollivanders, acknowledging polite greetings with diplomatic nods while smoothly deflecting more intrusive approaches. "Mr. Potter. What a pleasure." An elderly witch attempted to intercept their progress. "My nephew would be so honored for an introduction, perhaps another time," Antoine responded smoothly. "Mr. Potter is completing his school preparations on a rather tight schedule today." The pattern repeated with increasing frequency as word of Harry's presence spread through the alley. By the time they reached the narrow storefront of Ollivanders, a considerable crowd had gathered at a respectful but attentive distance, watching Harry's progress with undisguised curiosity. "Exactly as anticipated," Sebastian murmured as they reached the wand shop's entrance. Controlled public introduction established, neither encouraging excessive familiarity nor appearing standoffish. "Remember," Antoine added quietly to Harry, "Ollivander himself is an unknown quantity in our security assessment. Brilliant wand maker, certainly, but his allegiances remain ambiguous. Maintain appropriate caution." Harry nodded understanding as they entered the dusty shop, a small bell announcing their arrival. The interior was exactly as described in his preparation briefings, narrow and cramped, with thousands of slender boxes stacked from floor to ceiling and a palpable magical presence saturating the very air. For a moment, the shop appeared empty. Then a white-haired man with unsettlingly pale eyes moved into view from between the stacks, regarding Harry with an expression of intense interest. "I wondered when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said softly. "It seems only yesterday that your mother and father were in here buying their first wands." The wandmaker's gaze shifted to Harry's companions, recognition and something like amusement flickering across his ancient features. Unusual escorts for the boy who lived. Greengrass and Delacour, neutral and foreign interests rather than the expected ministry or Hogwarts representatives. Sebastian inclined his head slightly. "Mr. Potter's guardianship arrangements include certain international considerations, Mr. Ollivander." "Indeed," the wand-maker murmured, his silvery eyes returning to Harry with heightened intensity. "Most interesting. And perhaps fitting, given the unusual magical signatures I detect." He stepped closer, studying Harry with unnerving focus. "Yes, I see it now. Recognition bonds, and more than one. Extraordinarily rare." Harry felt a chill run through him at Ollivander's casual identification of the carefully guarded bonds. The wand maker's perception clearly exceeded normal magical sensitivity, suggesting capabilities they hadn't fully anticipated in their security planning. "We're here for Mr. Potter's wand," Daphne stated firmly, displaying unusual assertiveness for her age. "Perhaps we could proceed with the selection process?" Ollivander's attention shifted to her, his expression softening slightly. "Of course, Miss Greengrass. Though I suspect this particular matching will prove instructive for all present." What followed was simultaneously more complex and more enlightening than Harry had anticipated. Rather than simply presenting wands for testing, Ollivander engaged in a careful evaluation process, measuring Harry with a silver tape measure that moved independently, asking unexpected questions about his magical experiences, and occasionally pausing to study the subtle reactions of both Daphne and the adults. "Curious," the wand maker muttered after the seventh unsuccessful wand attempt had produced results ranging from shattered glass to spontaneous plant growth along the shop's windowsill. "Most curious indeed." "What's curious, sir?" Harry asked, unable to contain his curiosity despite the security briefing's recommendation to minimize personal engagement. Ollivander studied him thoughtfully. "Your magical signature, Mr. Potter. It contains harmonics I've rarely encountered, resonances that echo beyond your individual core." His gaze flickered briefly toward Daphne. "The recognition bonds have influenced your magical development in ways that complicate the selection process." He disappeared into the back of the shop, returning moments later with a dusty box that he handled with unusual reverence. "Perhaps, yes, I wonder." Opening the box revealed a wand of warm holly wood, polished to a soft glow that seemed to intensify as Harry looked at it. Something about this wand called to him even before he touched it, a resonance that felt simultaneously familiar and entirely new. "Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple," Ollivander said quietly. "A powerful combination for complex magic." The moment Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he knew it was right. Warmth spread up his arm and through his chest, while gold and silver sparks erupted from the wand's tip, dancing through the air in patterns that seemed almost deliberately choreographed. Unlike the chaotic reactions from previous attempts, this magic felt controlled, intentional, a perfect harmony between wizard and wand. "Yes, indeed," Ollivander murmured, watching the display with fascination. "Curious, very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked again, reluctant to break his connection with the wand that felt so perfectly matched to his magic. Ollivander's pale eyes fixed on Harry's face. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." A tense silence followed this revelation. Harry felt Sebastian and Antoine shift slightly beside him, their postures becoming more alert without being obviously defensive. "You mean Voldemort's wand?" Harry asked directly, ignoring the slight flinch from Daphne beside him. "We do not speak the name," Ollivander whispered, "but yes. The Dark Lord did great things with that wand, terrible, yes, but great." Sebastian smoothly intervened before the conversation could continue in this unsettling direction. "The wand selection appears conclusive. Shall we proceed with the purchase?" The remainder of the transaction passed with professional efficiency, though Harry noticed both Sebastian and Antoine watching Ollivander with heightened attention. As they prepared to leave, the wand maker offered a final observation that seemed directed as much to the adults as to Harry himself. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. That much has always been clear to those of us who study wand lore. But sometimes the choice reflects connections beyond the individual. Your wand selection suggests destinies intertwined through magic older than wandcraft itself." Outside, Harry found the crowd had grown considerably, though Isla's advance work had ensured a clear path to their next destination. As they moved efficiently through Harry's remaining school purchases, robes, books, potion supplies, and other essentials, Sebastian maintained a carefully composed expression that betrayed none of the concern Harry suspected he felt about Ollivander's revelations. Only when they reached the relative privacy of Flourish and Blot's upper level, browsing advanced magical theory texts while waiting for Harry's school books to be compiled, did Sebastian address the wand selection directly. The brother-wand connection complicates certain security considerations, he acknowledged quietly. Though it may also provide unexpected advantages, depending on magical theory interpretations. Should I be concerned? Harry asked, keeping his voice equally low despite the privacy charm Antoine had subtly cast around their browsing area. Not immediately, Sebastian replied thoughtfully. The connection itself doesn't represent a vulnerability so much as a magical curiosity. However, Ollivander's casual identification of the recognition bond suggests we may need to reassess certain public exposure protocols. He saw them immediately, Daphne noted with concern. If other magical specialists have similar perceptive abilities. It's why we're accelerating certain protective measures, Antoine interjected. The final weeks before Hogwarts will include specialized concealment training, techniques to mask the bond signatures from casual magical detection. As they completed their shopping and prepared to return to the lodge via secure portkey connection, Harry reflected on the day's revelations. His official entry into Wizarding Britain had proceeded largely as planned, establishing his public presence while maintaining the protective framework both families had constructed. Yet unexpected elements, Ollivander's perceptions, the Brother Wand revelation, the Goblin guardianship recognition, had introduced new complexities to an already intricate situation. The wizarding world, it seemed, would continue challenging his careful preparation with unanticipated developments. The key would be maintaining adaptability without losing sight of core objectives, a balance both the Greengrass and Delacour approaches emphasized in different ways. As the portkey activated, whisking them away from the private departure point Sebastian had arranged, Harry found himself oddly grateful for these complications. They represented reality rather than theory, practical challenges that would test and refine the foundations established through his year of preparation. Whatever came next, he would face it with knowledge, support, and the confidence that came from understanding his place in the complex magical world that was now, officially, his own. The final weeks of summer passed in a blur of intensified preparation. Following their Diagon Alley excursion, both families implemented what Sebastian termed terminal phase training, comprehensive preparation for Harry's imminent departure for Hogwarts and the challenges that would follow. Physical conditioning continued each morning, now supplemented with basic defensive movement patterns designed to complement magical shields and evasion techniques. Wand work expanded dramatically with Harry's new Holly wand, progressing rapidly from first-year curriculum spells to selected second-year defensive magic deemed essential for his unique security concerns. Most significantly, both families brought in specialized instructors for advanced mental protection techniques, methods of concealing the recognition bonds from magical detection while maintaining their protective benefits. The bonds cannot be severed, Cyril explained during one particularly demanding session. Nor would we wish them to be. But they can be occluded from casual magical perception. Particularly within Hogwarts' complex magical environment where numerous enchantments create natural interference patterns. Fleur, who participated actively in these sessions despite not accompanying Harry to Hogwarts, proved particularly adept at the concealment techniques. Her stronger Veela heritage provided intuitive understanding of how the bonds functioned at their most fundamental level. Think of it as selectively dimming certain harmonic frequencies, she instructed during one practice session. The core connection remains intact, but the magical signature becomes less distinct to outside observation. Daphne approached the same challenge from her characteristically analytical perspective, developing systematic methods for activating or suppressing different aspects of the bond's magical expression. It's about controlled compartmentalization, she explained. Creating distinct magical channels that can be selectively engaged depending on circumstances. By mid-August, Harry had developed sufficient proficiency in these techniques to pass inspection by both Isla and Cyril, the family experts whose approval represented the final authorization for his Hogwarts attendance. With this milestone achieved, preparations shifted toward practical logistics and strategic planning for his arrival at the school. Your primary objective during the initial weeks is observation rather than action, Sebastian advised during one of their final strategy sessions. Establish your baseline presence, evaluate faculty and student dynamics, and identify potential allies before committing to specific social alignments. The house system creates artificial divisions that can be either navigated or exploited, Antoine added. Regardless of your sorting outcome, maintain communication networks across house boundaries. And remember, Isla emphasized, Hogwarts itself contains resources beyond the formal curriculum. The castle's magic responds to genuine need for those who understand how to access it. Throughout these preparations, Harry maintained regular communication with both Daphne and Fleur, their three-way conversations evolving from coordinated training to more personal discussions about the coming separation. While Daphne would accompany Harry to Hogwarts as a fellow first year, Fleur would return to France for her continued education at Beauxbatons, their first significant separation since the bonds had fully stabilized. The enhanced mirrors will function across the distance, Fleur assured during one such conversation. And I've arranged with Professor Maxime for special dispensation to visit Britain during Hogsmeade weekends once those begin in third year. 2 years seems an eternity, Harry observed, surprising himself with the depth of emotion behind the statement. Magic experiences time differently than we do, Daphne noted philosophically. The bonds exist somewhat outside temporal constraints. That's her way of saying she'll miss you too, Harry translated with a slight grin, earning a rare blush from Daphne and an amused laugh from Fleur. As August drew to a close, final arrangements were made for Harry's departure. After careful consideration of security implications, both families had agreed he should return to Privet Drive for the 3 days immediately preceding September 1st, reinforcing the Blood Ward's protection before his extended absence while maintaining the appearance of normal Muggle guardianship for ministry records. The night before his scheduled return to Surrey, Harry found himself unable to sleep despite the physical demands of the day's training. The imminent transitions, from Lodge to Privet Drive, from Privet Drive to Hogwarts, from protected preparation to independent navigation, left his mind racing with contingencies and considerations. Giving up on sleep, he made his way to the Lodge's extensive library, a room that had become one of his favorite retreats during their summer residence. The magical architecture amplified ambient moonlight, creating soft illumination that required no additional lamps or spells. To his surprise, Harry found both Daphne and Fleur already there, seated in comfortable chairs near the tall windows overlooking the moonlit grounds. Neither seemed surprised by his arrival, suggesting either coincidence or a subtle awareness through their bonds that had drawn them all to the same location. Couldn't sleep either? Harry asked, settling into an empty chair that completed their small circle. Too many thoughts, Fleur admitted. Plans within plans within plans. Precisely, Daphne agreed with unusual openness. The mental organization required for tomorrow's transitions is substantial. They sat in comfortable silence for several minutes, the moonlight casting gentle shadows across the library's ancient volumes and magical artifacts. Despite the lack of conversation, Harry felt a profound sense of connection in this shared moment, 3 children brought together by ancient magic, facing the uncertainty of impending separation with quiet solidarity. I've been thinking about the day we met, Harry said finally. Both of you. How different everything was then. Daphne nodded thoughtfully. You were so suspicious when I appeared at your relative's garden. Not that I blame you, a stranger claiming magical connections would naturally trigger skepticism. And when I found you in that library, Fleur added, you looked ready to run at any moment. So wary of attention after years of being overlooked. I was, Harry acknowledged. The idea that anyone would seek me out specifically, let alone 2 people from magical families, it seemed impossible. Yet here we are, Fleur observed, gesturing to encompass their current circumstances, the magical lodge, their developed abilities, the established bonds. Almost exactly 1 year later. It makes me wonder, Harry continued, how different things might have been without the recognition bonds. If I'd just received my Hogwarts letter with no preparation, no warning, no understanding of what it meant. Dumbledore's original plan, Daphne noted with unusual directness. Complete magical isolation until age 11, then sudden introduction under controlled circumstances. With selected influences guiding your perspective, Fleur added, her tone revealing clear disapproval of this approach. Harry considered this counterfactual thoughtfully. I'd have been completely overwhelmed. No knowledge of wizarding politics or history beyond whatever Hagrid told me during that first visit. Hagrid? Daphne questioned sharply. The Hogwarts groundskeeper, Harry clarified. According to Mr. Bode, he was scheduled to deliver my letter and introduction if the standard owl delivery failed. A deliberate choice on Dumbledore's part. The implications hung between them, Dumbledore's careful orchestration of Harry's entry into the wizarding world, designed to shape his perspectives and allegiances from the very beginning. The recognition bonds had disrupted that carefully constructed plan, creating space for alternative influences and independent development. Whatever his intentions, Fleur said firmly, the outcome has been objectively better this way. You enter Hogwarts with knowledge, preparation, and connections that provide genuine protection. And perspective, Daphne added. The ability to evaluate information and influences rather than accepting them uncritically. Harry nodded agreement, though a question still nagged at him, one he had hesitated to ask directly despite months of growing trust. Do you ever wonder why it happened? The recognition bonds, I mean. Why both of you recognized me specifically? The girls exchanged one of their increasingly frequent looks of silent communication before Fleur answered carefully. Grandmere has theories. Your magical signature contains unusual harmonics, likely related to your survival of the killing curse. It creates resonance patterns that activate Veela recognition magic more readily than typical wizard signatures. But that's the mechanical explanation, Daphne continued, showing rare synchronicity with Fleur's thought process. It explains how but not why. Some magics operate beyond conventional understanding, Fleur elaborated. Recognition bonds especially have always contained elements that transcend logical explanation. You mean it might just be fate? Harry asked skeptically. Not fate exactly, Daphne corrected. More like, magical affinity expressing itself through ancient channels. Our magics are complementary in ways that transcend ordinary compatibility. Which is why the bonds formed despite theoretical impossibility, Fleur concluded. Magic recognized connections that should exist, regardless of conventional limitations. As the conversation continued into the quiet hours of early morning, Harry felt a growing sense of certainty settling over the anxieties that had driven him from bed. Whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, whether from Dumbledore's careful management, Quirrell's unknown intentions, or the Brother Wand's mysterious implications, he faced them from a position of unprecedented preparation and support. The recognition bonds had transformed not just his magical development but his fundamental approach to the wizarding world. Where he might have entered Hogwarts desperate for acceptance and vulnerable to manipulation, he now approached with knowledge, perspective, and connections that transcended the school's artificial boundaries. As dawn began lightening the eastern sky, casting the first golden rays across the Scottish Highlands, the three children made their way to the lodge's dining room for an early breakfast before the day's transitions began. The conversation shifted to practical matters, final packing instructions, communication protocols for the coming separation, contingency plans for various scenarios. Yet beneath these logistics ran a current of deeper understanding, a recognition that their connection had evolved beyond magical bonds or strategic alliances into something both simpler and more profound. Whatever labels the wizarding world might eventually apply to their unusual relationship, its foundation rested in that most basic and powerful of human experiences, the choice to stand together against whatever challenges might come. Platform 9 3/4 hummed with the controlled chaos of departure day, families bidding farewell to students, trunks being loaded aboard the Scarlet steam engine, owls hooting indignantly from their cages as cats wound between hurrying legs. The magical platform existed in that curious state of organized disorder unique to transitional spaces, amplified by the excitement of journeys beginning. Harry stood with the Greengrass family near the middle of the platform, his trunk already loaded, Hedwig's cage secured alongside Daphne's tawny owl. The snowy owl had been a joint gift from both families, selected not just for her striking appearance but for her exceptional intelligence and magical compatibility with Harry's signature. "Remember," Sebastian was saying, his voice low enough to reach only their immediate group, "maintain observation protocols during the initial journey. First impressions form quickly, but commitments can wait until proper evaluation." "And the communication schedule?" Harry confirmed, though they had reviewed it thoroughly during his brief stay at Privet Drive. "Daily updates via Enchanted Journal for the first week," Celeste reminded him. "Transition to twice weekly thereafter unless circumstances dictate otherwise. The mirror connection with Fleur remains available for urgent consultation." Daphne stood composed beside Harry, her school robes already perfectly arranged, her expression revealing nothing of the excitement Harry knew she felt about finally attending Hogwarts. Astoria, by contrast, made no attempt to hide her envy, periodically sighing dramatically at the injustice of waiting 2 more years for her own magical education. "You'll both write, won't you?" she demanded for perhaps the 5th time that morning. "Proper letters, not just everything's fine like Sebastian sends mother when he's traveling." With appropriate discretion, of course, Sebastian qualified, though his lips twitched with amusement at his younger daughter's characterization of his correspondence. As 11 o'clock approached, the platform grew increasingly crowded. Harry noticed several families he recognized from his preparatory studies of Wizarding Britain's political landscape, the Abbotts conversing with the Bones family near the engine, the Malfoys maintaining aristocratic distance near the far end, various Weasleys distinguishable by their distinctive red hair gathered in a cheerful cluster. "Time to board," Celeste announced as the warning whistle sounded. "Final checks on your secure compartment." "Completed during our early arrival," Sebastian confirmed. "Basic privacy charms and notification wards are in place." The compartment reservation represented another element of their careful planning, securing a specific location on the train through Greengrass connections with the Hogwarts Express administrative staff. Not isolated enough to appear deliberately exclusive, but positioned to allow controlled access and easy observation of passenger movements. Harry turned to thank the Greengrass parents formally, maintaining the appropriate public presentation they had carefully crafted. Sebastian and Celeste had been positioned as family friends providing additional support for Harry's transition to Hogwarts, a connection distant enough to avoid political scrutiny but close enough to explain Daphne and Harry's evident familiarity. "Thank you for your guidance this summer," Harry said with genuine appreciation that required no acting. "It's meant more than I can express." "The pleasure has been ours, Harry," Sebastian replied formally. "We look forward to hearing of your progress at Hogwarts." As they prepared to board, Harry felt the communication mirror in his pocket warm slightly, a signal that Fleur was watching through their connection. Though unable to accompany him to the platform due to the risk of her Veela heritage attracting unwanted attention, she had insisted on witnessing this pivotal moment through their magical link. Harry and Daphne boarded efficiently, moving directly to their reserved compartment midway along the train. As planned, they arrived before most students had begun serious compartment hunting, allowing them to settle in without attracting significant notice. "Initial security check," Daphne murmured as she closed the compartment door behind them. Drawing her wand, a beautiful 10 3/4-inch Rowan with dragon heartstring core, she performed a subtle detection charm they had practiced extensively during summer training. Privacy charms active, no additional enchantments detected. Harry nodded approval, conducting his own complementary scan with different magical parameters. The compartment showed only the expected background magic of the Hogwarts Express itself, with Sebastian's subtle privacy wards functioning as designed. "All clear," he confirmed. "Though we should expect company once the train departs. Your father mentioned allowing natural socialization within security parameters." Daphne nodded, settling onto one of the comfortable benches and withdrawing a small book from her handbag, a carefully selected magical theory text that would establish her academic interests without revealing the true extent of her advanced studies. "Initial contacts will likely include neutral and potentially allied families first," she noted. "Abbott, Bones, perhaps Longbottom or Boot." Father arranged subtle suggestions through appropriate channels. Harry took the seat opposite, positioning himself to observe the platform through the window while maintaining awareness of the corridor. As the final boarding rush commenced, he caught glimpses of several first years he recognized from their preparation briefings, Neville Longbottom being fussed over by an imposing elderly witch in a distinctive vulture-topped hat, Justin Finch-Fletchley bidding farewell to clearly Muggle parents, Hermione Granger already wearing her school robes and practically vibrating with eagerness. The final whistle blew, and the Hogwarts Express lurched into motion, beginning its long journey north to Scotland. Harry felt a momentary pang as the Greengrass family receded from view, not just for their immediate absence but for the symbolic transition they represented. The year of careful preparation had concluded, active engagement with the Wizarding World's institutions now began in earnest. As if sensing his thoughts, Daphne glanced up from her book. "It feels different, doesn't it? Actually departing rather than just preparing to depart." "Exactly," Harry agreed, appreciating her perception. "Like the difference between studying a spell and actually casting it." "Theory versus application," Daphne nodded. "Though in this case, the application involves navigating an entire magical institution with multiple competing influences and agendas." "Just another Tuesday for a Greengrass," Harry teased lightly, earning one of Daphne's rare genuine smiles. "Indeed. Though perhaps slightly more complex than our average diplomatic function." Their comfortable conversation was interrupted by a soft knock at the compartment door. Harry met Daphne's eyes briefly, receiving her subtle nod of readiness before calling, "Come in." The door slid open to reveal a round-faced boy Harry immediately recognized as Neville Longbottom, son of renowned aurors Frank and Alice Longbottom, who had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters shortly after Voldemort's fall. According to their briefings, Neville had been raised by his formidable grandmother Augusta and was considered a potential ally given the historical connections between the Longbottom and Potter families. Sorry to interrupt," Neville stammered, clutching a small terrarium containing what appeared to be a toad. "But Gran said I should introduce myself to Harry Potter if I had the chance." "Are you?" "I am," Harry confirmed, rising to offer his hand. "Harry Potter. And this is Daphne Greengrass." "Neville Longbottom," the boy replied, shaking Harry's hand with evident nervousness. "It's an honor to meet you. Our parents were friends, you know. Before, well." "I know," Harry said gently, genuinely moved by this connection to his parents' past. "I'd like to hear more about that sometime, if you're willing to share." Neville's eyes widened in surprise at this response. "Really? I mean, I don't know much. Gran doesn't talk about those days often. But I'd be happy to tell you what I do know. Would you like to join us?" Daphne offered, setting her book aside in a gesture of welcome. "We have plenty of room." The invitation, part of their planned socialization strategy but delivered with genuine warmth, seemed to catch Neville off guard. "You wouldn't mind?" "I mean, I don't want to impose." "Not at all," Harry assured him. "We'd welcome the company." As Neville settled somewhat awkwardly into the seat beside Daphne, Harry noted the boy's combination of innate shyness and what appeared to be learned self-deprecation, likely the result of living under the shadow of his parents' legendary reputation while struggling to demonstrate comparable magical talent. Their conversation began cautiously, with Neville explaining that his toad Trevor had a habit of escaping and needed the terrarium for train travel. This mundane topic gradually expanded to include their expectations for Hogwarts, with Neville expressing anxiety about living up to his family's legacy. "Gran expects me to be in Gryffindor like my parents," he confided, "but I'm not sure I belong there. I'm not very brave." "House placement doesn't determine your worth," Daphne said with unusual gentleness. "Each has valuable traditions and contributions to wizarding society." "Which house do you think you'll be in?" Neville asked her curiously. "Slytherin, most likely," Daphne answered matter-of-factly. "Most Greengrasses are sorted there, though we've had the occasional Ravenclaw." Harry noticed Neville's slight tensing at the mention of Slytherin, a predictable reaction given the house's reputation, particularly among families that had suffered at Death Eater hands. Rather than allowing this potential friction to develop, Harry smoothly redirected the conversation. "I'm not sure where I'll end up," he admitted. "My father was Gryffindor, but my mother apparently showed traits valued by multiple houses before eventually going to Gryffindor as well." This approach, acknowledging house differences without reinforcing stereotypical divisions, represented a deliberate strategy developed during their summer preparations. While both families expected Harry to face pressure toward Gryffindor placement given his parents' history, they had emphasized the importance of approaching house sorting with genuine openness rather than predetermined expectations. As the train continued its journey northward through the English countryside, their compartment received several more visitors, some clearly curious about the famous Harry Potter, others making social connections as their parents had subtly arranged. Susan Bones, niece of the formidable head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stopped by with Hannah Abbott. Terry Boot, from a prominent Ravenclaw family, engaged Daphne in a surprisingly sophisticated discussion about transfiguration theory. Each interaction provided valuable data points for their ongoing assessment of Hogwarts' social dynamics. Harry maintained the approachable but slightly reserved persona they had carefully crafted, friendly without being overly familiar, knowledgeable without appearing precocious, interested in others without revealing too much about himself. Only once did they encounter potentially problematic visitors, Draco Malfoy flanked by Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, attempting to establish dominance through practiced arrogance. Harry handled the interaction with diplomatic precision, neither antagonizing the Malfoy heir nor accepting his implied social hierarchy, maintaining polite neutrality that left future interactions open while establishing clear boundaries. "Potential complication," Daphne murmured after Malfoy departed, clearly unsatisfied but unwilling to escalate publicly on their first day. He expected either deferential treatment or outright rejection. "Your middle approach confuses his prepared scripts. Which makes him simultaneously less and more dangerous," Harry noted. "Less predictable but potentially more interested in understanding our actual positioning." Neville, who had remained quiet during the Malfoy encounter, looked between them with newfound curiosity. "You two have known each other before today, haven't you?" The question represented their first significant security challenge, addressing their pre-existing relationship without revealing its true nature or extent. They had prepared for this eventuality with a carefully constructed explanation that contained enough truth to withstand casual scrutiny. "My family has connections with several magical guardianship programs," Daphne explained smoothly. "We met through one of those arrangements this summer, a cultural exchange program for students entering Hogwarts. It was brilliant," Harry added with genuine enthusiasm. "First real exposure to wizarding culture I'd had, living with my Muggle relatives." This limited explanation satisfied Neville's curiosity while establishing a plausible foundation for their evident familiarity. As the journey continued, conversation flowed naturally among the 3 first years, occasionally joined by other visitors. Harry found himself genuinely enjoying Neville's company. The boy's nervous exterior concealed both a detailed knowledge of magical plants and a quiet determination that resonated with Harry's own experiences of overcoming imposed limitations. When the countryside beyond the windows had transformed into wild, heather-covered highlands and the light began to fade, a prefect informed them they would be arriving at Hogsmeade Station within the hour. Neville excused himself to change into his school robes, leaving Harry and Daphne briefly alone in their compartment. "Initial assessment?" Harry asked quietly, knowing they would have limited opportunity for private conversation once they reached the castle. "Proceeding as expected," Daphne replied, her analytical mind evidently cataloguing the day's interactions. "Social mapping appears accurate, with minor variations in individual personalities. Neville represents an unanticipated potential ally. His loyalty, once earned, would be significant despite his current confidence limitations." Harry nodded agreement. "The Malfoy situation requires careful management. His father's influence extends beyond political circles into school governance, according to your father's briefings." "Neutral but respectful distance initially," Daphne confirmed. "Allow him to determine his own approach before committing to specific interaction parameters." As they changed into their Hogwarts robes, the plain black of first year's awaiting house assignment, Harry felt the communication mirror warm briefly against his chest where he kept it in an inner pocket. Fleur's signal, acknowledging this important transition and offering silent support. The train began slowing as it approached Hogsmeade Station, its whistle cutting through the gathering darkness. Harry took a moment to center himself, employing the calming techniques both families had taught him for high-pressure situations. The coming hours would involve multiple significant events: the boat journey across the lake, the sorting ceremony, his first direct encounter with Albus Dumbledore, and the establishment of his initial Hogwarts persona. Everything they had prepared for over the past year culminated in this transition from theory to application. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, bearer of unprecedented dual recognition bonds, subject of prophecy and political interest, was about to officially enter the wizarding world's premier educational institution. But he would not enter as the ignorant, overwhelmed child Dumbledore had perhaps anticipated. He arrived prepared, connected, and protected by bonds that transcended ordinary magic, bonds that had recognized something within him worth fighting for long before he recognized it himself. As the train came to its final stop and students began pouring onto the lamplit platform, Harry exchanged one last look with Daphne. No words were necessary between them in that moment. Their shared journey had created understanding that transcended verbal communication. Together they stepped into the Scottish night, ready to face whatever challenges Hogwarts might present, not as passive participants in others' plans, but as active shapers of their own magical destinies. The Great Hall of Hogwarts Castle exceeded even the detailed descriptions Harry had studied during his preparations. Thousands of floating candles illuminated the vast space, their light reflecting off golden plates and goblets arranged along 4 long house tables. Above it all, the enchanted ceiling mirrored the night sky outside, a canopy of stars shimmering against velvety darkness. Harry stood with the other first years at the hall's entrance, maintaining an expression of appropriate wonder while conducting subtle observations of the head table where Hogwarts faculty waited. His gaze found Dumbledore immediately, impossible to miss with his flowing silver beard and ornate robes of midnight blue scattered with silver stars. The headmaster's half-moon spectacles glinted in the candlelight as he surveyed the incoming students with what appeared to be genial interest. Beside Dumbledore sat a severe-looking which Harry recognized as Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress and transfiguration professor. Further along the table, a hook-nosed man with shoulder-length black hair watched the proceedings with evident disdain: Severus Snape, potions master and head of Slytherin House. And there, wearing a purple turban that stood out oddly among the faculty's more traditional attire, sat the man who must be Quirinus Quirrell, the defense Professor Bode had specifically warned about. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," Professor McGonagall announced, unrolling a long parchment after explaining the sorting process to the assembled first years. As the sorting began with Abbott, Hannah, who became a Hufflepuff, Harry maintained his planned position near Daphne without appearing too deliberately connected. They had agreed that regardless of their own sorting outcomes, establishing an obvious pre-existing relationship might attract unwanted attention during these initial, highly observed moments. "Greengrass, Daphne," McGonagall eventually called. Harry watched as Daphne approached the stool with perfect composure, her expression revealing nothing of the significance this moment held for their carefully constructed plans. The sorting hat settled over her blonde hair, concealing her eyes. Unlike some students who received nearly instant declarations, Daphne's sorting took almost 30 seconds, suggesting some internal negotiation between her qualities and preferences. "Slytherin," the hat finally proclaimed. Daphne removed the hat with the same composed dignity, proceeding to the Slytherin table where she was greeted with polite applause. No surprise in this outcome, the Greengrass family had anticipated their daughter's placement in their traditional house, and their summer preparations had included extensive discussion of how to maintain cross-house connections regardless of where Harry ultimately landed. The sorting continued through the alphabetical list, each name representing a data point in the social mapping they had studied all summer. Neville's sorting proved surprisingly lengthy before the hat declared Gryffindor. A placement that visibly relieved the boy despite his earlier expressed doubts about belonging there. Draco Malfoy's sorting, by contrast, took barely a second before Slytherin rang through the hall, confirming the most predictable placement of the evening. The blonde boy swaggered to the Slytherin table with evident satisfaction, taking a place that clearly indicated his expectation of social primacy. Finally, after Perks, Sally Ann had been sorted into Hufflepuff, McGonagall called Potter, Harry. The hall fell instantly silent, then erupted in whispers as Harry stepped forward. He could hear his name repeated throughout the hall, feel hundreds of eyes tracking his progress toward the stool. This moment represented his most public wizarding appearance yet, the official introduction of Harry Potter to Hogwarts, with all the symbolism and expectation that carried. As the sorting hat descended over his head, blocking his view of the watching crowd, Harry prepared himself for the mental contact Sebastian had warned might accompany the sorting process. Sure enough, a small voice spoke directly into his mind. Said the voice. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. But what's this? How interesting. Recognition bonds, and 2 of them. Unprecedented in all my centuries of sorting. Harry remained calm despite the hat's immediate identification of the bonds. According to their research, the sorting hat existed outside normal confidentiality constraints, a semi-sentient magical artifact with its own rules of operation. I see you've been prepared for this moment, the hat continued, sounding almost amused. Quite thoroughly too. The Greengrass and Delacour influences are evident in your mental organization. Fascinating combination of approaches. Where do you think I belong? Harry asked mentally, curious about the hat's assessment given his unusual circumstances. Where do you belong? Now that is the question, isn't it? The hat mused. You could succeed in any house, you know. Gryffindor would welcome the boy who lived with open arms. Ravenclaw would nurture that keen mind you've been developing. Hufflepuff would help you build the loyal connections you value. The hat paused, as though considering something particularly interesting. And Slytherin, well, Slytherin could help you achieve the greatness that lies within your potential. Your connection to Miss Greengrass would certainly flourish there. But? Harry prompted, sensing the hat's hesitation. But your circumstances are unique, Mr. Potter. The dual bonds have created magical harmonics that influence your core attributes in unusual ways. Your courage is tempered by Greengrass strategic thinking. Your ambition is balanced by Delacour passion and loyalty. Harry waited patiently as the hat continued its assessment. The sorting was taking longer than average, approaching what students called a hat stall, but that had been anticipated in their preparations. I believe, the hat finally said, that the optimal placement requires consideration beyond individual house attributes. Your role in the coming years may well transcend traditional house divisions. Therefore, Gryffindor, the hat shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheers and applause, clearly delighted to claim the boy who lived for their house. As Harry removed the hat and made his way toward his new housemates, he caught Daphne's eye across the hall. Their brief exchanged glance communicated volumes, outcome as expected. Primary scenario activated. Proceed accordingly. The Gryffindor placement had been identified as the most likely outcome in their summer planning sessions, partly due to family history, partly due to the wizarding world's expectations for their savior. While any house could have been accommodated in their strategic planning, Gryffindor presented specific advantages and challenges they had prepared to address. As Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table, accepting congratulations from his new housemates, he performed a subtle scan of the high table. Dumbledore was watching him with what appeared to be benevolent satisfaction, while Professor McGonagall's expression showed appropriate house pride at acquiring a student of particular significance. More intriguingly, both Snape and Quirrell were studying him with intensity that transcended casual interest. Snape's gaze contained a complex mixture of emotions too subtle to immediately identify, while Quirrell's observation seemed oddly divided, his eyes focused on Harry while his attention appeared somehow elsewhere. The remainder of the sorting passed quickly, concluding with Zabini, Blaise, joining Slytherin. Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students as though nothing could have pleased him more than seeing them all gathered there. "Welcome," he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you. As food appeared magically on the golden plates, Harry engaged in careful social integration with his fellow Gryffindors, particularly Neville, with whom he'd established preliminary connection on the train, and Ron Weasley, whose family's loyalty to Dumbledore made them significant figures in Hogwarts' social dynamics. Throughout the welcoming feast, Harry maintained the calibrated persona they had developed, friendly but not overly familiar, knowledgeable without appearing suspiciously well-informed, interested in others while deflecting detailed questions about his own background. The balance required constant attention, but the intensive summer preparation had made the performance nearly second nature. Only once during the meal did Harry feel a distinctive warmth from the communication mirror against his chest, Fleur's signal indicating she was remotely observing this pivotal moment through their magical connection. The subtle reminder of her presence, even across such distance, provided unexpected comfort amidst the overwhelming stimulation of his first Hogwarts feast. As dinner transitioned to dessert, Harry risked another glance toward the Slytherin table. Daphne appeared to be engaged in measured conversation with a dark-haired girl he recognized from their briefings as Tracy Davis, a half-blood with sufficient family connections to navigate Slytherin politics despite her mixed heritage. Their planned approach was proceeding smoothly: establish appropriate house-specific connections initially, then gradually build cross-house communication channels as circumstances allowed. When the desserts finally disappeared and Dumbledore rose to deliver start-of-term notices, Harry listened with particular attention to the announcement regarding the forbidden third-floor corridor, a clearly deliberate and unusual warning that immediately registered as significant in his security assessment. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song. Dumbledore concluded, giving his wand a small flick that produced a golden ribbon forming the lyrics. As the cacophonous school song echoed through the Great Hall, Harry took the opportunity to conduct a final observational sweep, cataloging staff reactions, student groupings, and particularly the interactions between Quirrell and other faculty members. The defense professor appeared uncomfortable with the chaotic noise, repeatedly adjusting his purple turban and avoiding direct interaction with his colleagues. When the feast concluded and Percy Weasley led the Gryffindor first-years toward their tower dormitory, Harry maintained his position in the middle of the group, neither leading nor trailing, present but not prominently visible. The journey through Hogwarts' massive corridors and moving staircases provided valuable orientation information while reinforcing the castle's magical complexity. The Gryffindor common room, with its comfortable armchairs and crackling fireplace, presented exactly the warm, inviting atmosphere described in their preparatory materials. Harry followed his fellow first-year boys up the spiral staircase to their dormitory, locating his four-poster bed with his trunk already placed at its foot. As his dorm mates prepared for bed with the exhausted excitement of children processing an overwhelming day, Harry completed his essential evening routine, including subtle security charms around his bed curtains and the placement of a special rune stone beneath his pillow that would alert him to any magical intrusion during the night. Only when the dormitory had fallen silent with the deep breathing of sleeping boys did Harry finally activate the communication mirror, casting a silent privacy charm around his bed as he had practiced countless times over the summer. "Connect," he whispered to the mirror's reflective surface. After a brief shimmer, the mirror revealed Fleur's face, her silver blonde hair loose around her shoulders, her blue eyes bright with anticipation despite the late hour. "Harry," she greeted warmly. "You've done it. First official day complete." "Daphne?" Harry asked, knowing their three-way communication had been pre-arranged for this important debriefing. The mirror's surface rippled again, splitting to reveal Daphne as well, her expression composed despite the privacy challenges of communicating from Slytherin dormitories. "Secure connection established," she confirmed. "Privacy charms holding. We have approximately 10 minutes before the scheduled prefect patrol passes my section." "Assessment?" Fleur prompted, clearly eager for their initial impressions. Proceeding as projected, Daphne reported with characteristic precision. "House placements as expected. Initial social mapping accurate with minor variations in individual personality profiles. Faculty observation patterns consistent with security briefings. Quirrell bears watching, Harry added. Something about him feels off. Not just the nervous persona, but something underneath it. And Snape's reaction to me was particularly intense. Snape's history with your parents creates emotional complications, Fleur reminded him. His conflicted loyalties were identified in our preparation scenarios. The third-floor corridor announcement represents a significant anomaly, Daphne noted. Deliberate direction of attention toward a supposedly forbidden area suggests potential test or evaluation mechanism. Or bait, Fleur suggested shrewdly. If something valuable is secured there. The timing aligns with Quirrell's return and Dumbledore's accelerated schedule, Harry observed, connecting elements their separate perspectives illuminated. Whatever's happening involves multiple coordinated factors. Their discussion continued with remarkable efficiency, three minds working in concert to analyze the day's observations and refine next-step strategies. The recognition bonds facilitated this process beyond ordinary collaboration, creating intuitive connections that allowed them to build on each other's insights without the usual communication barriers. Initial approach remains valid, Daphne concluded as their time window began closing. Establish appropriate house-specific integration while maintaining cross-house observation and selective connection building. Week 1 focuses on baseline establishment and faculty assessment. The concealment techniques are holding, Fleur noted with satisfaction. Neither Dumbledore nor any other faculty member showed recognition of the bond signatures during your interactions. We proceed as planned, then, Harry confirmed. Regular updates through the enchanted journals, with mirror communication for anything requiring immediate consultation. As they prepared to end the connection, Harry felt a sudden surge of gratitude for these two extraordinary witches who had transformed his life so completely. Whatever challenges Hogwarts might present in the coming days and weeks, he faced them with preparation, perspective, and connections that transcended ordinary support. Thank you, he said simply. Both of you. For everything. Daphne's usual reserve softened slightly. This is only the beginning, Harry. The real work starts now. But you're ready, Fleur added with fierce confidence. We've made sure of that. As the mirror connection faded and Harry settled into his first night at Hogwarts, his mind reviewed the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this moment. From the confused, isolated boy in a cupboard to a young wizard with knowledge, connections, and purpose, all because two young witches with Veela heritage had somehow recognized something within him worth fighting for. Whatever came next, whether facing Quirrell's mysterious agenda, navigating Dumbledore's careful management, or addressing the unknown challenges that inevitably awaited, Harry Potter would face it not as the pawn others had perhaps intended, but as an active participant in his own destiny, supported by bonds of magic and friendship that defied conventional limitations. The boy who lived had entered Hogwarts not as an ignorant child ripe for shaping, but as a prepared student with perspectives and connections beyond what anyone had anticipated. The wizarding world's carefully constructed expectations for their reluctant hero were about to meet a very different reality, one shaped by the unprecedented connection between three young magical beings who had found in each other something worth protecting. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.